to declare any interest in relation to any matters included on today's agenda? Councillor Alexander.
I have a conflict of interest with the Crisis and Resilience Fund due to my my Brighton Grubhub food project, so I shall step out of the chamber when that's being discussed.
Thank you. Understood. Councillor Daniel.
Hi, Chair. So on the same item, whilst I don't currently have a conflict of interest and my charitable organisation that I work for isn't currently in receipt of those funds, there is the risk or possibility that it might. So I feel like just for good practice, I should step out.
Sounds very sensible. Thank you, Councillor Daniel. Any other declarations from any member present? No. Excellent. So moving on to exclusion of press and public. Does Cabinet agree to retain the items listed in Part 2 of the agenda as confidential items as defined by the Local Government Act 1972, and as such to request members of the press and public and any members or officers that don't have a direct interest in the items to leave when these items are reached? Agreed. Thank you, colleagues. Does Cabinet agree to the minutes of the previous meeting as an accurate record? Councillor Allen.
Thank you, Chair. I'm listed as present at that meeting, which I was not.
Thank you, Councillor Allen. You are omnipresent with us always, but I will take that point and we will revise those minutes. Thank you. Turning to my own communications today, we've got a substantial agenda this afternoon which goes to the heart of our ambitions for Brighton and Hove to be a cleaner, safer, fairer city where every child has the best start in life and every community can thrive. We begin with a set of reports on our city environment and public realm, building directly on recent street maintenance and public realm investments that we've made. Through the proposal to modernise our Hollingdean materials recovery facility, we're investing in the future of our recycling service, upgrading an ageing plant so that it can safely handle more complex waste streams, meet new national requirements, and increase the amount we recycle. This Labour administration is determined to turn around the Council's previously underwhelming record on recycling and to become a leading authority in this area. Alongside that, our refreshed environmental enforcement service sets out a more proportionate and prevention-based approach to enforcement. We've listened carefully to residents and, importantly, small businesses who have told us that the previous model could feel overly punitive for minor incidents while not going far enough on serious repeat offenders. The new framework will focus on education and early engagement backed up by CCTV and robust action against those who persistently blight our streets and fail in their duty of care. Our Cleaner City Centre report today is about pride in our place. It reflects the work we've started with businesses, the Business Improvement District, with hoteliers and other partners through the Station to the Sea pilot, and proposes an overnight cleansing service to raise standards in areas that are most visible to our residents and our visitors. Our new city centre manager role is already making a difference, we hear, and it's great to receive this feedback. This package that we're discussing today will hopefully give us the tools to match the expectations people rightly have of a major successful coastal city. Transport is another cornerstone of our agenda, linking to our active travel improvements. The local authority bus grant delivery plan for 26-27 sets out how we will use national funding to keep our buses moving, support key routes in the city, invest in more accessible stops and corridors, and continue to make bus travel an affordable and realistic option for our residents. At a time of pressure on public finances, this is a deliberate choice to back reliable, low-carbon public transport. Community safety runs through this meeting too. Our proposed community safety and crime reduction strategy for 26 to 29 is a statutory plan, but more importantly, a shared commitment between us and our partners to tackle crime, antisocial behaviour, violence against women and girls, hate crime and serious violence. It's been shaped by evidence and by residents' voices, and I want to thank everybody that contributed to the consultation. And it also focuses on prevention, support for victims and communities, and tackling the root causes of harm. Today we'll also consider the proposal for the DWP's Crisis and Resilience Fund, the next iteration of the Household Support Fund, which recognises that too many of our residents are still living in the sharp end of the cost of living crisis and wider shocks. currently being experienced. This is about working across the city, again with our partners, to offer targeted practical support that strengthens people's ability to cope and recover, not just offering short-term sticking plasters. But it explicitly aligns with our Inequality in Life Chances review, soon to launch, as we work together to identify and provide the most effective support to those experiencing poverty and inequality in our city. Our Best Start in Life strategic plan sets out how we'll work with partners to support children and families from pregnancy through the early years and close the gaps in outcomes, ensuring that wherever a child is born in Brighton and Hove, it does not determine their life chances. This sits alongside our decisions today on the planned maintenance and asset management fund allocations and the education capital programme, which are critical to keeping our schools and education settings safe, warm and fit for purpose. We then turn to a particularly good news story today, which is the prime in place proposals for Whitehawk and Marina, a clear statement that investments, high quality public realm and a sense of belonging must reach every single part of our city, not just the centre, and directly supporting our deprivation focused review. In that same spirit, the Affordable Housing Planning Advice Note clarifies our expectations of developers so we get more and better affordable homes through the planning system, extending our recent housing delivery. And our annual procurement forward plan will ensure that the way we spend public money is transparent, strategic and aligned with our priorities, delivering social value and environmental benefits, as well as good commercial outcomes. We will also take a look today at the next steps for our large panel system estates and the associated rehousing and leaseholder offer, and statutory notices for Middle Street. These two items are complex and sensitive decisions with real implications for residents, homes and neighbourhoods, and we will approach them with care, openness and a focus on safety and long-term regeneration. Across all of these items, the thread is clear. We're using the levers that we have, whether that's investment, enforcement, partnership and planning, to deliver a cleaner city, tackle inequality, support families and build resilience in the face of national and global pressures. Today I'm asking Cabinet to consider each report in that spirit, pragmatic about the constraints we face, but ambitious for a Brighton and Hove that we want to create. And there ends my Chair's communications. Our next item is the call over, and I propose that all items are reserved for discussion. Does the Cabinet agree? Agreed. Thank you, colleagues. That's agreed. Our next item is public involvement. And I understand that the petitioner who was due to come to speak on Banfield Street and Hurst Crescent controlled parking zone is unable to attend today. So I propose that a written response is sent to this resident. Does the Cabinet agree to note the petition? Agreed. Agreed. Thank you, colleagues. That brings us on to written questions from members of the public. And the first section is around Middle Street statutory notices. I've got Vanessa McGeechin. Would you like to come to the table and read your question, please? Thank you.
Good afternoon. Could you clarify what proportion of the current budget deficit, which has been cited as a key factor in the decision to close Middle Street Primary School, is attributable to ongoing or one-off payments to staff no longer employed at Middle Street, including the head teacher?
Thank you. Councillor Taylor.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Vanessa, for your question. And I realise this is a difficult day for parents, carers, pupils, staff and the wider community around Middle Street, and echo the comments from Councillor Sankey, which is that we take both the lead up to this issue and the decision we face today extremely seriously. As I'm sure you'll appreciate, it's not possible for the Council to discuss specific circumstances in relating to staffing decisions or associated costs. It's important to note that a school's overall budget position is largely dependent on the decisions taken by the governing body and the school leadership. There's a pressure on school funding nationally, which is noted. However, within that, it's also worth noting that there are lots of schools within the city that are managing their budgets within those parameters, despite specific and one-off costs that may relate to a number of different things, potentially including staffing. Middle Street had a budget deficit, first licensed from the 2020-21 financial year, but that position has deteriorated more recently, which is implicit in your question. The council introduced an interim executive board, partly in response to concerns around governance, the governing body, and the management of the budget. I understand the thrust of your question, but the reality is that many schools and many public sector bodies face one-off costs, and that is part of the overall management of their budgets. Thank you for your question.
Thank you. And thank you, Councillor Taylor. Jane Goldsmith. Next, I've got Jane Goldsmith. Please come and ask your question.
Given its heritage as Brighton's oldest school and its central location, close to public transport links, also bearing in mind recent refurbishment at significant public expense, what are the council's views on repurposing Middle Street, perhaps as a special needs hub serving the entire city community?
Thank you for your question, Councillor Taylor.
Thank you, Jane. Thank you, Jane, for your question, obviously, and also for your comments about the history of the site. I'm sort of acutely aware of the history of the site. My wife attended the school, and I know for a number of councillors who've been aware of the school for many, many years. Many of us have lived in the city for many years. It's, as I say, a sad thing to consider. In terms of the building itself, I just want to be clear about how we think about it and the process. So today at Cabinet, we will obviously decide whether to publish statutory notices. There will then be a further decision following those statutory notices. It will only be at that point, and if those things are reached, that the council would then formally consider any usage of the site. I think some of the points you raise are really important. Sadly, in the city, we do have some experience with schools that have shut, and we've also seen that sometimes those schools can be broken into. People think it's very clever to break into them and film videos, which it's not, but we have to learn the lessons from that and make sure that if we do proceed in this way, we think about the site very carefully. But I just want to be sort of genuine. There are no plans whatsoever for the site as yet. In terms of any special needs facility, that will be driven by the need as determined by the department, and there is a whole plan on special needs education in the city, much of which is focused on sites within mainstream school. But if the department were to say that this is a site that is needed, then of course that would be considered. Thank you for your question.
Thank you, Jane, and thank you, Councillor Taylor. I've got Ollie Sharp next, I believe. Thanks.
Thank you. It concerns me greatly that the report item 156 fails to capture the temporary nature of the recent problems at Middle Street School, blaming governance and finance, rather than the quite widely known breakdown in relations between the previous senior leadership team and the school community. The phrase senior leadership does not appear once in the report, nor does the report mention that pupil numbers have been consistently around 190, which is about 90% of the PAN for many years, making the school financially viable compared to its neighbouring schools. And indeed, it was quite recently graded good by Ofsted. It is only the recent complex HR issues and subsequent loss of community trust that led to pupil numbers dropping to 141 and then to 71 after rumours of closure circulated. It's a bit like a bank run. But with a PAN of 15 and new senior leadership team and a 10-year plan to pay off the deficit, this much-loved school could be financially viable, as well as, a great asset to the whole of the city. So why are these details and options not in the report to council?
Thank you. Councillor Taylor.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Ollie, for your question. I'm sorry you feel that the report doesn't reflect the reality of the circumstances. What I would say is the report does try to reflect the feedback that came through in the consultation, and what you've brought today is now firmly on the record, public record, and as will be reported. I think we should be clear, and there's no attempt for the council to hide this, that the change in position was relatively rapid versus other things that have happened at other schools in the city where pupil numbers have been very low for a long time. This is a different situation, and I think it's very important that you've raised that in the public sphere and for us to consider. Unfortunately, where we stand is that doesn't change the fundamentals of where we are now and the future decision making, and it's perhaps not as simple just to decide whether we want to keep it open or not. It has to be balanced against all of the factors that are set out in the report, and indeed the reasons behind the recommendations that the interim executive board eventually made, and then we went to consultation, and then we're now considering today. In terms of the substance of your question and your suggestion, it would be very, very unusual for a council to licence a school deficit of 10 years in length. That would be way beyond the normal period, and whilst that might represent a theoretical option, we feel that the realities of the situation make that almost impossible, not least, unfortunately, because of the wider context of falling pupil numbers overall. What I do want to say is, obviously the report recommends publishing statutory notices, and that's what Cabinet will be discussing later today and deciding on. But what I do want to say is, given the lead up and the issues and the concerns that have been raised by parents, I have requested, and it has been agreed, that we do need to have an independent lessons learned of the process to answer some of the questions that have been risen about process and governance. I think it's really important that the council as a local education authority does learn those lessons, and so that will be happening. Thank you for your question.
Thank you. We now turn to deputations, and I believe I have John Doe. Thank you, John. You have up to 5 minutes to present your deputation.
Chair, councillors, thank you for hearing my deputation. Today I want to talk about potential, because the debate about Middle Street has largely been framed around numbers, falling enrolment and budget figures. But numbers don't tell the full story of a school. What they don't show is how quickly a school can recover when confidence returns. Evidence shows that around 85% of schools placed in special measures recover, often within 2 to 5 years, when there is received decisive leadership and proper support from their local authority. So the real question before you today is not simply whether Middle Street has declined, it's whether this council believes in its potential to recover. The fall in pupil numbers has been catastrophic, but that isn't because there's no need for the school. It's because confidence entirely evaporated. This is not a demographic problem, as reporting seems to suggest. It's a confidence problem. The change in leadership and the instalment of an IEB affected confidence, but the real blow happened when the planned closure was announced. Parents moved quickly to secure other places for their children. But confidence can return just as quickly when leadership changes and a clear recovery plan is put in place with clear communication from the council. Middle Street hasn't lost its children, excuse me, it's temporarily lost confidence, and confidence can be rebuilt. Research shows that 2/3 of schools facing serious challenges make reasonable progress within the first year, and most recover within 2 years when the right support is in place. This is why the situation we face today is in many ways extraordinary, because the very process that signals a school might close accelerates its decline. Parents hear uncertainty, they act quickly, numbers fall, and suddenly those falling numbers appear to justify the closure. But this doesn't mean the need for the school has disappeared. On the contrary, Middle Street has always been known as a progressive and oversubscribed school. It offers strong mainstream SEND support, something many families are actively looking for. The facilities dedicated to that support are genuinely impressive. It's an inner city school, accessible not just to local residents, but also to families working in the city centre. It's home to Brighton's only accredited beach school, a unique educational opportunity. And it has a long history and a strong presence in the community, being the oldest school in Brighton and in the Old Town Conservation Area. But following speculation that the school might close, this community has rallied. Parents have organised. Local businesses have offered support. Volunteers have stepped forward. Even large organisations like IKEA have offered practical help. When the possibility of closure appeared, people did not walk away, they stepped forward. My family is part of that story. We're new parents to the area. When we toured Middle Street just over a year ago, in January 2025, we saw a vibrant, progressive school that was nearly full. In fact, choosing where to live was partly influenced by wanting to be close to the Middle Street catchment area. Because Middle Street has always had a reputation of being something special, there is also a broader question here about community infrastructure. Schools like Middle Street are just not service providers, they're anchors of communities. Once a primary school disappears from a neighbourhood, it's almost impossible to bring it back. So the decision is not just about the next few years, it's about the future. Because closing the school is easy, rebuilding one is almost impossible, and there is another factor that makes this decision even more important. The Council's own authority monitoring report shows that we're currently in a period of record housing delivery, with a target of nearly 900 new homes every year until 2030. Many of these homes are specifically intended for families living in the urban core. Closing Middle Street would not just affect today's pupils, it would risk becoming a short-sighted planning decision. You'd be removing the only primary school in the heart of the city at the very moment the city is planning to bring more families to live there. What we need is not a permanent closure. What we need is a 3-year recovery plan to bridge the gap while the school rebuilds confidence, because once those homes are occupied, there will be even more demand for central schools. That there is another path. Imagine today the Cabinet takes the courageous decision not to close Middle Street, but instead to support a clear and transparent 5-year recovery plan. That decision alone will send a powerful signal to the community that the Council believes the school is worth saving. Confidence would return. News would spread quickly through local networks, community groups and the media. Parents who hesitated would take another look. And in the short term, something many parents value would become possible. Smaller class sizes allowing children more individual attention while the school rebuilds. Middle Street can once again become what it has historically been, a thriving, oversubscribed school at the heart of its community. What it needs now is not closure, it needs support, leadership and belief from the very top. The potential is still there, the community is still there, and most importantly, the children are still there. Thank you.
Thanks very much. Thank you very much. Councillor Taylor, can I ask you to respond? Or we'll take some more. Yeah. Next, I have...
I think Councillor Shanks is going to present the next one on behalf of that.
Councillor Shanks, welcome. I think you're presenting this on behalf of a resident.
I am, and I hope that we'll be able to listen to the debate on this that you're going to have afterwards while people are still able to stay for the Middle Street item, which is the addendum on the agenda, isn't it? So this is from 5 people in supporting Middle Street Primary School. Middle Street Primary School has, like many other schools in the city, experienced falling pupil numbers and rising deficits. But unlike those other schools, Middle Street's problems are not simply a response to shifting demographics, high costs and poor funding. Look at the data. The deficit grew from around 28,000 in 2021 to over 232,000 by late 2024, largely driven by spending on agency staff, the most expensive way to cover a classroom. The question is why? The governing board's own minutes give us a clue. By autumn 2023, staff had recorded 82 certified sick days in a single term. The situation had become so entrenched that governors recorded in their own minutes that the staff wellbeing survey would likely not be seen as anonymous and that staff would be reluctant to participate at all. A long-standing member of staff said publicly that warnings were raised time and time again but went unheard. Now, to decline in pupil numbers, this wasn't just a case of smaller pupil numbers at reception entry point. It was due to the scores of parents removing their children in mid-year and sending them to the nearest available school to Middle Street or homeschooling. They did this for predominantly 2 reasons: because of staff turnover. Many children had no permanent class teacher for years. This had a devastating impact on their education and their well-being. And then safeguarding. Multiple complaints were made to the governors and to the council about keeping the children safe in school. They were never dealt with properly. When the IEB finally examined those concerns, they found that many incidents had never even been logged on the school's safeguarding system. This community deserves answers, and we are calling for an independent external investigation into how this was allowed to happen and to ensure this never happens again. We're also demanding that the council commits to keeping Middle Street open and gives this community the second chance it deserves. This is not a school that failed, it is a school that was failed, and it must never happen again. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Shanks. I'm going to invite Ruth Swift-Wood to present a deputation, please. Thank you.
Hi. So, Middle Street Primary School, its children, staff, families and alumni are a community that has existed at the heart of Brighton for generations. If this school is to close, or if it's to weather the position it's in right now, that community requires some proactive help. I'm here on behalf of those affected by the proposed closure to ask for clarity, accountability and practical support. If Middle Street School closes, it will not be the first school to close in recent years. And if trends continue as predicted, it is unlikely to be the last. However, there are various opportunities to learn from this situation. I am asking for engagement with that community, both for us and for future schools. My deputation covers 3 key areas: how the council measures and makes visible the fallout of this closure, how it uses that information to provide some meaningful support, and what it intends to do with the school building, which I'll keep brief because I know it's been mentioned earlier. So for measuring the fallout, families and staff are and have been navigating this transition largely in the dark. Communication has been an issue since probably before June 2025. We are asking the council to establish a single publicly accessible resource, ideally a dashboard or web page that can track some of the impact of this closure. Ideally, it could record the redistribution of children across the receiving schools, where staff have been redeployed and how families are settling in over time, not just in the first weeks. Crucially, I would ask you to understand that the impact of this situation began in earnest in January of this year, with roots in the appointment of the IEB in June 2025, when doubt was cast on the future of the school. And those who are unsettled then should be counted in these measurements, as much as those who are officially attending the school, if and when statutory notices are given. In addition, I would ask that data on those affected must be disaggregated, because a school closure is not felt equally. The council should be tracking outcomes by socio-economic group, so that those most at risk are visible and not averaged away. Equally important, and I can't stress this enough, is how that information is presented. Because the parents of this community are working sometimes multiple jobs, managing split households, navigating language barriers. Dense IEB meeting minutes, buried as they were on a secondary page of the school website with some sections redacted and very little context for parents, and consultations held during the working day are not accessible to the people who they most affect. We are asking for plain language updates published regularly in a format a parent can read between the school run and work. There are many in the Middle Street community willing to help with this if the council were to reach out, and I know you have the resource of the Your Voice platform to publish and share information. Secondary, providing proactive support. That measurement will only be worthwhile if it drives action. So we're asking the council to use this monitoring data proactively and intervene before families and staff reach a crisis point. This is especially vital for any SEND pupils for whom Middle Street was and potentially could be in the future a hub, and whose transitions require the most support. We're not asking for costly new structures, a named council contact for every affected family to communicate with, a peer support group for displaced staff through existing channels, and a briefing to receiving schools on the specific circumstances of children arriving from Middle Street. None of these are expensive, but they require organisation, will, and someone in the council taking a personal public ownership of the outcome. And finally, the future of the school building, as touched on before. Middle Street is a community asset, and decisions about its future must be made in public. No decisions made behind closed doors, no finding out through a planning application or a rumour. Between closure and any formal change of use, we would ask that the building be open to the community benefit. For community groups, voluntary organisations, early year providers, there are lots of potential opportunities. And finally, as mentioned before, it would be great if the building could be maintained to a standard that would potentially allow it to return to educational use in the future. So, just to briefly summarise, first, a single plain language public resource tracking the human impact of this closure, a proactive support model that uses the data to intervene early and could be applied to future schools that may be facing a similar situation, and full transparency about the future of the building. We're here for support, not confrontation. This community is losing something it values very deeply, and what it receives in return, in honesty, effort and respect, is now within this council's hands. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ruth. Councillor Taylor, can I ask you to respond to all three deputations, please?
Thank you, Chair. And can I say thank you to John, Councillor Shanks on behalf of 5 residents, and then Ruth for bringing those 3 deputations. I think it's really important that as a Cabinet and as the public listening to this meeting hear those inputs and those views from parents. It's an important part of this overall process. I won't cover everything because everything will largely come out in the debate that we have later and in terms of how we discuss this, but there are a few things I just wanted to respond to. So first of all, to John, who talked about the distinct community and consideration of families living in that area and numbers and finances. I just want to take a step back and be really clear that schools are not just numbers in a building. They're not numbers of pupils on a spreadsheet and then a building. A school is something very different and very much more special than just that. And in this city, like many others, there are schools that have a great and rich history, and as we've said, Middle Street is one of those, which makes it a very difficult situation that we're in. As a Cabinet, and when we've had to consider decisions like this before, we don't think about it as numbers on a spreadsheet, not least, as I said in the beginning, that I have so many personal connections to this school, and by the way, friends who had kids at school that have recently left, and in recent memory, family friends who worked at the school. So we do have a strong understanding and connection to the school, and so I just want to try to say that we're not just thinking about this in terms of numbers. Schools represent something different than that, which is communities of learning, but also broader hubs for the community, which is why it is obviously such a difficult thing to consider. Your point around turnaround is correct, and by the way, in this city, we have quite a good record of turning around from special measures to ending up being good or outstanding. So the city does have a good record of that, including schools in some of our most deprived areas have sometimes been in special measures but then recovered. I think what we're considering today is obviously slightly separate to that, because it is also considering the conclusions of the interim executive board as to whether that is viable to do within the overall context of the pupil numbers and the budget, and whether those can be forecast to any degree into the future. And they obviously, as I will set out later today, initially considered a path where there would be a turnaround, potentially via federation, but then they felt that the further shift in numbers meant that would be impossible. In terms of the, and then sorry, last thing, and John, in terms of the overall need for the school, as you say, schools are vital infrastructure. We do have to, unfortunately, keep coming back to the overall context in this city, which is that we have a very high level of excess capacity, particularly at the primary sector, but also moving into the secondary sector, a very high level of capacity in our system. What do I mean by that? I mean that the number of places available is forecast to be 500 more than the number of pupils that will be coming through. Now, it's always a difficult thing for us to communicate and discuss, and whether we did a good job of it in the previous schools, I'm not sure. But we do have to try and make this fundamental argument that schools, and whether it's this specific school or a different specific school, but schools being well below their capacity is actually not a good or progressive thing for children, families, or for staff. Because what happens, and we have seen it, is that schools are faced with the invidious decisions of, as pupil numbers continue to fall, how do they respond to that? And they often have to respond to that by reducing learning support staff and reducing support for special educational needs. And so, unfortunately, my conclusion that I came to is that the most progressive thing, particularly for children with special educational needs and for children from disadvantaged backgrounds, is to try and achieve a system where schools are closer to capacity. They don't have to be full, absolutely not, but it's not a good thing for children who need support to be in schools that are half empty and then declining. And so we have to balance that up and make the decision in the round on that, talking to your point about future need of the school, and we then have to look at the forecast numbers within the overall city centre scope. By the way, I actually essentially agree with what you're saying about thinking about the future of the school. I think sometimes the future of the city and its housing, I think sometimes in the past 25 years, the city has roller coasted a bit and responded to changes in demographics, in some cases by expanding schools too quickly. When we first looked at this issue when you got in, on paper, the conclusion might be that you need to close 6 or 8 schools. We didn't do that. We ended up proposing to close 2 schools because we were cognizant that future demographics you can't predict. You should be able to maintain some building capacity because, as you say, once the school's closed, it's very difficult to reopen it. However, the numbers have sort of persisted, including now 2 examples where schools themselves, via their governing bodies, have proposed to close. And so, unfortunately, even if we were to make this decision, you would still see on paper that we have significant capacity in the system. To Councillor Shanks, on behalf of residents, obviously raising issues about the finances and the governance, I just want to reconfirm that, yes, I do think there is merit in an independent lessons learned review. I think in many ways the council did act fairly, not dramatically, but strongly in appointing an interim executive board. That is, one of the most extreme steps that we can take as a local authority, and I think it was required in this example, given the scale of some of the concerns. However, that doesn't mean that everything was done perfectly, and that's why I do think we need these independent lessons. And then, Ruth, on the 3 points that you've raised, it is very important. Well, one, communication is really important, and being a parent myself and responding to things from schools and government bodies, the communication is not always perfect, and it is frustrating as a parent not to get things clearly and early. So in the rest of this process, I can certainly give a commitment that I will be instructing and asking officers to communicate clearly with parents on all of the steps as they flow. In terms of the tracking, that may be a bit more complex and harder to achieve in the way that you've described it, but it is certainly important that we are tracking pupils and tracking the outcomes and understanding how that transition is happening. To your point, there is already a large number of pupils that have moved, as has been discussed. In terms of the support, the council has proactively reached out to all receiving schools and offered support for that process. Some of it has been more simple and hasn't really required support. There hasn't been support asked for. But as the report sets out, there will, of course, now be support and transition in the way that we have done for other school closures for all families that are remaining at the school. And then in terms of the building, just to sort of reiterate and to answer your question directly, yes, there will be a fully transparent decision, which is a long way in the future, about any use of the building. It won't simply happen and you hear about a planning application, if that were to be, or a new school or anything like that. It will need to be a transparent decision. And by the way, we have to go to the Secretary of State anyway for any change of use of the building. So yes, there will be a transparent decision about the future, of which genuinely the answer is there has really been no discussion about what the future of the site is if we were to make those decisions. I just want to reiterate thanks to everybody that has brought the deputations, and the broader issues will be brought out in the debate later at Cabinet. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Taylor, and to those bringing deputations today. Our next item is questions from members. These can be found published in the addendum, and we've got 15 minutes set aside for member questions. Once we've reached time, I'll move to the next item, and if any questions haven't been reached, those members will receive written responses. We've received 18 member questions for this meeting, so I will rotate through those members in attendance, including online, asking you to each ask your first 2 questions as the fairest way to manage the questions. And then if there's time, I'll take further questions again in rotation. So the first question I have is Councillor Hill.
Hi, can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can hear you.
I only have one question, and I've been asked by Councillor West to ask his question on his behalf, so hope that's okay as they're on the same item. So my question is on the item regarding modernising our recycling centre. And the question is, the Hollandine Materials Recovery Facility, or MRF, has a significant visual impact on the Round Hill Conservation Area. A proposal for a green roof and green walls proposed for the MRF were part of the original design intentions, but were not formalised as enforceable planning conditions in the approved application in June 2006. These features were ultimately not implemented. While I appreciate this report is largely about new machinery, could investment in the MRF also consider ways to include improvements that were part of the original design? Thanks.
Councillor Okins.
And thanks, Councillor Hill, for the question. It's a fairly brief answer, which is that to add new features to the facility at this point would obviously increase the funding requirements set out in the report and potentially the burden on the general funds through the MTFS, either through the additional financing costs or potentially reserve contributions in future years, to ensure that the waste PFI reserves are balanced by the end of the term of the contract. I do see the case, though, the underlying point that you're making is the visual impact of those very, very functional buildings, and I'll certainly keep that in mind and consider how we might be able to do that in the future.
Thank you. And my question, or Pete's question, sorry, I'll also ask as well. So his question is, yet again, another thin cabinet report that proposes significant investment over a long time period, yet fails to present a full case, leaving obvious and major questions unaddressed. The final financial implications give some indication of the loan and staff cost modelling, but don't consider the income cost of marketing additionally separated materials. It is only when we see the risk implications do we see mention that the investment may offer opportunities for additional income. There are, of course, no figures offered for what that income might be, whether it will be available to help address the further pressure funding, or whether it may potentially end up with further cost for reprocessing, storage, or disposal of poor value materials. I don't wish to seem cynical, but this report tells us too little to be confident the decision is being based on sound thinking. What are the full costings, please?
Yeah, thanks, Councillor. Thank you, Councillor West via Councillor Hill. The full costings relating to the new resource requirement of the facility have been outlined in the financial implications section of the report, with consideration having been given to ensure that the investment represents value for money. The report sets out how the investment is required to ensure that the Council meets its obligations and ambitions in relation to the recycling of additional materials. While it is recognised that there would be potential opportunities for income generation, it is an emerging economic area with amounts that are, to be honest, quite difficult to quantify at present, although it is worth noting that the Extended Producer Responsibility, or EPR, legislation and associated payments are designed precisely to help local authorities with the additional costs of recycling and waste management. We'll be working with residents this year and really going very hard on communication and messaging to reduce the amount of contamination we get, improve the uptake and participation with the now expanded recycling service, and ultimately to improve the quality of the recycling that we collect, and reducing contamination and maximising the potential for income from ensuring a good quality product.
Thank you, Councillor Rokins. Next, I have Councillor Shanks.
Mine's about the community safety and crime reduction strategy item, which I did ask for it to go to scrutiny. I remember emailing the chair of scrutiny. Anyway, why didn't it go to scrutiny? Because it's a very important report. And why do we only have administration councillors on this important partnership body? Obviously, there's lots of other people on it as well. But will you consider giving other voices a seat on this?
Thanks, Councillor Shanks. No worries. Thanks, Councillor Shanks. As you know, the Community Safety Partnership is a statutory multi-agency partnership. So the members of the partnership are defined in law. It's not a political committee, and therefore attendance at that committee relates only to cabinet oversight of those issues. So that's the answer to that part of your question. In terms of scrutiny and member engagement, the strategy was supported by a widely advertised public consultation process, which ran for 7 weeks, and I hope you participated in that. It was open to all residents, but it was open to obviously elected members as well. And all councillors had the opportunities to submit comments, representations, and members were available, officers were available on request to provide briefings or to respond to inquiries for members should they have wished to engage in more detail. But I understand that wasn't requested during that period. In terms of scrutiny, I welcome thematic scrutiny going forward of any of the themes in the community safety strategy. I think that would be great. However, rightly, that's not a matter for Cabinet, that's a matter for scrutiny itself and the chairs of scrutiny. So I hope that answers your questions.
Thanks, Councillor Daniel. And Councillor Shanks. And just to add, this will also, if approved today, be going to full council, which gives another opportunity for all members to have a say. Next, I've got Councillor Macleay, I think, online.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, you've just come through.
Okay, great. My first question was on Middle Street. It was outlining the devastating proposal for families and staff. It was also highlighting how we wanted to ask for a comprehensive external and independent investigation. I'm glad to hear Councillor Taylor saying that this is a commitment that would be made. I'm just wondering if there's anything else that can be shared on that investigation at this point.
Thanks, Councillor Macleay. Councillor Taylor.
Well, I think probably not, in that it's been discussed with officers and they will think about the best way to find someone that's independent and do it. Clearly, it's something that Councillor Thompson as ward councillor and Councillor Goldsmith have raised directly with me, and so we'll communicate obviously with you and ward councillors and obviously parents the next steps on that.
Great, thank you. My other question is focused on the large panel system buildings. I was interested to know what is the current annual availability of 3 and 4 bed council properties, and how does this compare to the projected need arising from decanting the LPS blocks?
Councillor Williams.
Thank you for your question. In fact, Councillor Taylor and myself were this morning paid a visit to some homes that we've repurchased, rescued back from student HMOs, and are at this very moment being converted to 4-bedroom homes. And I'm absolutely delighted that we're able to do this. So this significantly adds to that stock. But more specifically for your question, across the 8 blocks, the majority of households requiring rehouses are in need of 1 and 2 bed properties. In fact, some are going to be downsizing. And there is a small minority, of course, requiring 3 and 4 bedroom homes. So this means, while the overall demand is high, the projected need for 3 and 4 bed homes from those blocks is likely to be with the level of supply generated by our repurchasing, and we are, of course, building more homes as well. So I hope that answers your question. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Williams. Councillor McClay, did you have a further question?
I have a third question, but if there's somebody else in the queue, then over to
No,
them.
no, we don't have any Conservatives today for a change, so you can have more time.
Okay, thank you. So one last question on the LPS blocks. There were financial implications outlined in the report. So given the pressures that were outlined in that report, can Cabinet explain how the HRA will absorb these costs while ensuring the programme remains financially sustainable?
Thank you for that question. So a budget of 0.4 million is allocated for a scheme for 26-27, and this revenue expenditure has been highlighted in the budget as a service investment for that period. These costs are being managed within the HRA as part of a planned long-term programme. The pilot within a limited time period, the capital investment, has already been built into our financial planning, and we will offset any pressures with ongoing underspend when they arise, and savings and mitigation strategies. And this allows the programme to proceed while keeping the HRA, thankfully, financially sustainable. Thank you for your question.
Thank you, Councillor McClay and Councillor Williams. That brings us on to matters referred to the executive, of which there are none. And so on to representations from opposition members. And Councillor McClay, we are back over to you. Would you like to present the representation on item 156? And you have up to 3 minutes.
Thank you. As you've heard, the proposed closure of Middle Street School is devastating for families in our city. There is a strong and wide-held belief that this closure could have been avoided had the right support, scrutiny and timely intervention been in place. Concerns have been raised over the culture at the school in which bullying was experienced, seen and overheard. This has contributed to a climate of silence and fear, making it harder for individuals to raise concerns. This pattern should sound familiar to the group in the room today. We have heard and seen how organisational culture has become compromised through bullying and was highlighted in a recent KC report. The key concerns for staff and parents of this school is that this closure is not wrapped up simply in another financial deficit. It cannot be compared to other school closures. There were failings which inevitably impacted upon pupil numbers and the suspension of staff and the need to spend on teaching cover, which all resulted in the unsustainable deficit. If warning signs had been heeded earlier, the school could potentially have had longer to become viable. The sharp decline in pupil numbers is attributed to parents' loss of confidence caused by the previous senior leadership team. A consistently good school with a strong Ofsted rating would not deteriorate so rapidly without senior leadership failings. Poor communication, mixed messages, staff leaving in the term before Christmas, many families who had stayed with the school because their kids loved the school reluctantly decided they needed to find stability for their kids' education elsewhere. The impact on staff cannot be overstated. Teachers, support staff, long-serving employees, excluding those who provide school meals, are facing job losses with suddenness and distress. Parents too have faced unacceptable responses. One parent who submitted several safeguarding complaints received an FOI response stating that no records were held, only for that to be corrected earlier this week. Such an error, especially in the case involving safeguarding, undermines trust in council systems and raises legitimate questions about record keeping and accountability. It is a shame that more of the key concerns can't be communicated at this point, ahead of you making your decision regarding leadership failings. But I understand HR processes must not be compromised. And with this in mind, I'm glad to hear that from Councillor Taylor that we will have an external and independent investigation into Middle Street School, so that these failings can be understood and prevented elsewhere in the city school system. And I implore that you speak to parents, speak to the staff, including staff who have left. Their insights will alarm you, but they are essential in ensuring that this never happens again. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor McClay, and to those present. We will now turn to our substantive reports. for this afternoon, of which we have 11. First up is modernising our recycling centre, and I'm going to invite Councillor Rokins to present the report.
Thank you very much, Chair. I'll try to be fairly brief on these reports because I know we've got a lot to get through today. But I think recycling here in the city has largely been dominated by myths in recent years. First, there was the much talked about myth that you couldn't add new materials to our collections because of the supposed long-term contract that would prevent us from doing so, and obviously we've busted that myth by now beginning to introduce those materials, including the plastic pots, tubs and trays that we added last year. The second myth, which I come up against every now and again, particularly on social media, is, oh, well, what's the point in recycling? Because they just send it all off to the incinerator anyway. So I just want to address that head on, and spoiler alert, no, we do not send individual vehicles collecting multiple waste streams up and down the city every single day and every single week, only to then mix it all back up again and send it off to the incinerator. And when I say the incinerator, what I should say is the energy recovery facility, because it is a facility that turns that waste into enough power for around 25,000 homes. So helpful if I perhaps just explain what happens to recycling when it's collected, because that will bring me on to the materials recovery facility. So when our mixed recycling is collected, it gets taken to the materials recovery facility in Hollingdean, which is affectionately known as the MRF. And then it goes through a range of sorting processes, because obviously we're collecting it all mixed up and all kind of, bundled up in one big container. And we need to separate it out into those streams, because at the end of the day, recycling is a market. We're trying to get to a set of materials that are of a high enough quality to then be reused to make new things. So all the stuff arrives at the MRF. The first stage of the process is essentially a pretty lo-fi solution. It's a manual picking, which is sort of 6 to 8 operatives who are largely focused on pulling out contamination, so things that we can't actually recycle as part of that process. And then it goes through another range of automated processes. And I've been to the facility myself a couple of times. You can actually book tours of it, and there's videos of it online, and I recommend it because it's a very interesting process. It goes through a range of processes, including magnets to pull out the cans, and a thing called an eddy current, which is a type of electrical current to lift out some of the non-magnetic or non-ferrous metals. Loads of all the paper and stuff ends up in this giant kind of sci-fi sort of, very sort of futuristic looking machine called a trommel, which is like an enormous tumble dryer with all different sizes of openings in it that separates out all the paper and card and whatnot into different sizes. So it's a thing to behold. And then at the end of that, we obviously have separated waste streams that can go on to their onward destinations. Now, the MRF, as I'm going to continue to affectionately call it for the remainder of this meeting probably, was built in 2008 and was not built or designed even for the volume or the variety of materials that we now collect. We added in the plastic pots, tubs and trays in 2025, but the equipment and layout, and it is a physically constrained space, the equipment and the layout of the facility as it is now in 2026 is not really able to reliably cope with the continued expansion, the continued increase in volume, and the new materials that are coming shortly in the form of cartons and foil, to be able to reliably cope with those efficiently in the long term. And so we now need to modernise that facility. So I'm bringing this report today to seek approval for the investment required to do just that. So I'll pause there, Chair, and open up to any questions.
Thanks, Councillor Rokins, for clearing up some of those remaining myths on recycling. Any comments or questions from colleagues on the report? Councillor Mootin.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Councillor Rokins. I was just listening into what you were saying there, and just this magnet, the eddy current, the trommel separation streams. I sense your dedication, your enthusiasm, and your absolutely detailed analysis of this, and I respect you for that, because I think you've really got into this. One of the things that I wish to also reflect on is 3 years ago, 2023, when we got elected, we were down the bottom of the league table on recycling, about 306 in the whole country. For a city with progressive cities such as Brighton and Hove, that was appalling, and I'm still shocked that we were so low, particularly under the Green administration, but that's not my comment. The thing here is I think this is really important, because over the past 3 years, we have absolutely increased the range of recycling. We've increased the volume of recycling to the extent our black bags are somewhat emptier, and we've also brought in food waste as well. So it is really encouraging, and this progress towards new technology I'm very much supportive of it. And also I like the fact that you clarified and myth bust this idea about, well, we collect all this recycling, then we're going to muddle it all up again and then chuck it in the bin. What a ridiculous thing. But there are people saying things like this. And just to understand that again, is that it isn't going to landfill, it isn't going to get burnt. We're actually processing it, and it isn't going to go offshore into some foreign place either. There is a market for this, for these particular waste streams. And to what extent does that market sort of help contribute to this facility? Does it sort of pay for itself, or how is it viability? What's that market look like? So just get a general feel for how that works in practice.
Yeah, thank you, Councillor Newton, through you, Chair. All very good points. I mean, the reality with the markets for recyclates, as they're called, or the materials that come out the other end of the recycling process, it's a dynamic market. Often, supply demand has an impact. It's an international market, and this came up in a conversation recently about someone was asking me about, everyone likes the idea of recycling all happening within the UK, and I was talking to somebody about where the plastic pots, tubs, and trays that we added last year, where they end up. I'm pleased to say those go for onward processing at a facility in Essex, and then from there the vast majority of that is indeed recycled within the UK. But the reality is, these markets are international markets, and it's not the case that every single country in the world has the full range of facilities to be able to process the full range of items, and in particular with the plastic polymers. So a little bit of it does go abroad, but it goes to European Union countries only, Western European countries. And by the way, since Brexit, the EU has actually substantially better and more robust regulations on recycling and the various environmental stuff that goes along with it than we do here. So actually, you could argue that it's better to go to those places. I'll pick up on a couple of the other points that you made. Obviously, we also now have food waste in place across the whole city. It came phase 4 we launched last week, so we've now got that everywhere as a universal service. And yeah, indeed, I mean, a couple of weeks ago, I went to put my general refuse bin out, lifted it up, and it was so light, I looked in it, there wasn't anything in it, so I didn't bother putting it out, because there is now so much going into the recycling streams, and that is ultimately what we want to get to. You mentioned the sort of, the communications aspect of this, and I think that, I've been sort of chomping at the bit to go really big and hard on big public comms and messaging campaign on what you can recycle, where, how, where it goes, and all that kind of stuff. But the problem is, because we've been continually making so many improvements to the recycling service, I didn't want to start this huge campaign only to then have to change it again a few months later and cause all that confusion. But now is the time, because we're about to add the last lot of materials in, and there's a very big piece of work to do on not just the hows and the whys, but also there's a good amount of research and data that shows that when people understand the journey of what happens to their recycling and trust that process, and obviously at one end of mistrust you've got, it all goes in the incinerator anyway. Hopefully we can dispel that fairly easily today. But people understanding where they go, and that reassurance of most of it does stay in this country, and here are the products it ends up as, really sort of drives people's uptake. And I do think that the lack of trust in that process, illustrated by some of the social media posts and things that I've seen over the years, is one of the things that's contributed to our relatively ailing recycling rates. So I think that's going to be a really big push this year, to really go hard on the messaging, and in particular get the contamination down in our recycling streams. Thanks for the question.
Thanks, Councillor Rokins and Councillor Newton. I think that was a really useful exchange, and I don't think we can underestimate the issues of public trust and ensuring that we do what we say what we do, and that people understand this journey, because there is clearly misinformation out there. I find it when I'm door knocking that people are often very suspicious and disbelieving about recycling end journeys. So I think the more we can do to try and correct that, the better. Any other comments or questions on this report from colleagues? No, so to just recap, decisions sought to approve the procurement and installation of new optical sorters, chutes, conveyors and bays at Hollingdean, approve £2.3 million capital budget funded by the Public Works Loan Board, delegate authority to the corporate director for city operations with lead member councillor Rokins to agree and execute the necessary contractual variations with Veolia. Does Cabinet agree these recommendations? Agreed. Thank you, colleagues. That brings us on to our next report this afternoon, which is Environmental Enforcement Service.
Chair, with your permission, would it be possible to request, whether it's this report or the next one, to bring forward the Middle Street item? I'm cognizant there's parents here listening, and much as they'll want to listen to me talking about planned maintenance budgets in another item, I think they're probably here for the Middle Street item, but, with your permission, Chair.
Yes, of course. Let's move to report number, I think it's 11 on our agenda. 156. Middle Street statutory notices. Councillor Taylor, can I ask you to introduce the report?
Thank you, Chair. Cabinet are asked to consider the output of the recent consultation on the closure of Middle Street Primary School and a proposal to move to statutory notices, i.e. whether to proceed with the next stage of considering closure. Before getting into the detail, I want to start by acknowledging again what a difficult situation this is for pupils, parents, staff, and the broader community around Middle Street Primary School. The proposed closure of a school is always sad, whatever the overall context. I also want to make clear that as councillors, we don't sit here and simply rubber stamp these proposals or think about them as purely numbers on a report. We think carefully about these decisions and will only proceed with something if we genuinely believe that it's in the best interest of the city, its children as a whole, and for families. And whilst we're not impacted in the way that parents and staff are and have been, we do share the genuine sadness that the situation is faced, and we do feel it. And as I mentioned earlier, a number of us have historic or current connections to the school. And we do understand, as I also said, the special character of Middle Street and its unique history in the city centre. I just want to recap the background and where we currently stand. In June 2025, following serious concerns about governance and management of the school and the falling pupil numbers, Council took the highly unusual step to appoint an interim executive board to govern the school. This decision was taken in order to stabilise the everyday running of the school and to consider how best to support the long-term future of the school. The interim executive board was made up of highly experienced educationalists from both within the city and in some cases outside of the city. The interim executive board worked extensively over several months to identify a viable way forward. At its meeting on the 16th of December 2025, the interim executive board considered a range of options to support the future of the school, including remaining a standalone primary school, joining a multi-academy trust, forming a federation with another local school under a range of leadership structures, or considering a closure. I want to be clear that having assessed those options, the interim executive board voted to pursue federation as the preferred route to reduce costs while maintaining educational quality. However, in the weeks that followed, the school experienced a rapid and significant loss of pupils, driven in part by rumours about the sustainability and future of the school. By January of 2026, 42 children had left since the start of the academic year, and only 3 first preference applications had been received for September 2026 against a possible planned admission number of 15. The IEB met again on the 15th of January to consider this changed position. Members of the board noted that the financial modelling underpinning the December Federation plan was dependent on a minimum intake of 15 reception pupils each year, and not for further significant losses in other year groups. The January number on roll figures, i.e. the pupils that were then at the school, and the forecast intake for the following September made this position untenable. Having considered the financial implications and all of the relevant risk factors, the interim executive board unanimously agreed that the school was no longer viable and recommended that the council launch a consultation on closure with effect from the 31st of August 2026. All members of the board, in making this decision, acknowledged that it was highly regrettable but unfortunately a necessary decision. The council then moved to a public consultation on the proposal made by the interim executive board, and that ran between 26th of January 2026 and the 9th of March 2026. The responses are set out in the report from section 3.6 onwards, and I want to be very clear and transparent that the table from 3.8 onwards shows the high-level responses to the proposal, which is that there were 128 responses and the vast majority disagreed with the proposal. So 10 disagreed and 98 strongly disagreed. And clearly that was a consultation that was mainly responded to by parents at the school, but also some in the surrounding community, of course. The report also sets out from 3.9 onwards some of the key themes that came across in the consultation, both in the meetings and on the online form, and they are reflective of a number of the themes and issues that have been raised by members of the public who made deputations or asked questions today. I won't recap them all. They're obviously set out in the report, but as we have said, one, I think something that comes across very clearly is the distinct history and ethos of the school and its popularity and quality, and then two, concern about the rapidity of events as they transpired and the decline in overall numbers and the position of the school, which I have touched upon in some of the answers. I want to turn to section 3.6 in the report, which sets out that the school has capacity for 210 pupils, i.e. it's a one-form entry primary school. As was noted, there was an initial decline in numbers, but we have to set out clearly what the numbers are, and by the end of February half term, the school had only 71 pupils on roll, and as I say, only 3 first preference applications for the coming September. Section 3.18 sets out the nearby primary schools, which are obviously now a relevant consideration if we were to proceed, and shows the capacity in some of the year groups, although I will say that is a daily moving picture. I want to be very clear to parents who might be watching, that is obviously a daily moving picture because we know parents are choosing to move their pupils as we speak. I also want to turn to the appendix in the report, which is Appendix 1, which I think is a very key thing to draw out, and I touched upon it in an answer. What Appendix 1 is showing is the overall forecast of places within the city. Now, the council doesn't always get it absolutely perfect, but generally in the coming years, it's been fairly accurate with its forecasting. I think, sometimes out by 5% or so, but has been relatively accurate in its forecasting. And what that is showing in the first table, with the second column showing the sort of intake year groups, is that we're looking at surpluses in the coming years of 440, potentially 600, 500, 580. That's the range of excess places that we're looking at in a system of places of only sort of 2,400. So that's a very, very high level of excess places within a system. Really, DFE and others talk about aiming for sort of 10%, 5% capacity to ensure that schools are funded properly and able to function. And so we're some way off of that. The second table sets out what we call our planning areas. Now, sometimes this is questioned as, well, what does a planning area mean, particularly in sort of central Hove and central Brighton, where actually the distances between the schools are quite short. whereas somewhere like the Deans, perhaps it's a bit more meaningful because those are distinct, sort of slightly separate communities. But as it is, the planning areas which are clearly defined are set out in the table, and the following tables then give a sense of the percentages of surplus places, and it shows very clearly that in City East and Central Hove and City North there is consistently, in fact there are no years where it is less than 10% capacity, is perhaps the simplest way to put it. So there is large capacity in the sector, which I think is an important thing to explain in the context of the decision. I just wanted to talk about transition a bit, which we touched upon in one of the answers again, which is the council does absolutely commit to support with transition. As I've said, unfortunately, the council and the city has experience of schools closing and has experience of supporting it. In many ways, we're very lucky in our city with both the quality of the staff and in the whole sector, whether it's within schools, whether it's educational scientists, whether it's officers. So we do have a really great set of staff, and the council, as I say, does commit to support with transition of pupils if we do end up proceeding with the closure, and offer is already there to families that have already optionally chosen to move their pupils. I just want to touch on special educational needs because that also came out in the consultation, and obviously that's linked to transition because it's important for all pupils, but it's particularly important for those with extra needs. There's currently 8 pupils in reception to Year 5, obviously that being the relevant cohort that could be transitioned to a new school. There's 8 pupils with an EHCP. Each of those will have an individual annual review informing their overall provision, and there will be support provided particularly for those pupils in their transition. I also want to just touch upon staffing, which is, obviously we often talk about the parents and the pupils, and that is, a very serious consideration. But we also do need to talk about the staff. Obviously, extremely worrying time for them. And we have to be clear that if the school were to face closure, clearly some of those staff are there, therefore their jobs are at risk. What we do say, and as we've said before, is that we strongly recommend that other schools, and we will be trying to facilitate this, that other schools do consider roles for the staff at Middle Street Primary School if it were to close, and individual HR support will be available from the council, including access to the employee assistance programme and to support with potential redeployment opportunities within the school. On accommodation and building, we have largely covered that in the questions, but just to say this is nothing to do with wanting to get hold of a building, far from it. There's no decisions been made about any future use of the building at all, but we do take absolutely on board some of the comments that have been raised tonight about how we consider that building. Chair, with genuinely great regret and some personal sadness, my conclusion as Cabinet Member for School Organisation, reading the papers, considering the recommendation of the Interim Executive Board, considering the financial position, considering the current and future pupil numbers, regrettably I do agree with the decision of the Interim Executive Board, and I would recommend to Cabinet that we do proceed with publishing statutory notices for the closure of Middle Street Primary School. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Taylor. Comments? Questions, reflections from Cabinet. Councillor Daniel.
Yeah, notwithstanding the emotions and feelings of people involved in the school, and it's a really sad day. I just wanted to say that whilst I noted what was said earlier about the communications, and I know that we'll work to improve those. I really want to say I'm really grateful to the interim head teacher. She's shown a great deal of commitment, and she has looked and tried for every way to find a way forward for the school. And I also think that she has, and the staff team who are currently on site, along with the IB, whenever I've spoken to them, or Jacob and I have spoken to them, their commitment to those children in that school and their commitment to their educational attainment and quality of what they're getting and their safeguarding has shone through. So I realise that it's not a happy time and it's not something to celebrate. But I've seen that with my own eyes, and it's really evident how emotional it's been for everybody involved in that process. And it might not always be obvious because, you don't always see those behind closed scenes meetings where people are really trying to make the best, but I felt that come through, and I just wanted to express my gratitude to them and my gratitude for them as they go forward after today.
Thank you, Councillor Daniel. That's noted. Any other comments or questions from Cabinet? Councillor Mooton.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Councillor Taylor, and thank you, Councillor Daniels, for your presentation and comment reflection. And I want to particularly thank parents and people from the middle school community. I've heard very clearly a community hurting and reeling by a painful set of circumstances. And I think a number of things of my reflection is that, and as was said within the deputation, this is not a school that has failed, either not a school community that has failed, but has been failed. And we recognise that. And within my deliberations around this, I take on very clearly Councillor Taylor's view that the position the school is now in is difficult to reverse within that timeline that is probably needed. But just do echo and fully understand and reflect how difficult this is, how painful, and I think there has to be lessons learnt, and I'm thankful to hear that there will be a review of this to feed into council processes, and yeah, that clear reflection that the school community is trying to hold on to something very, very important, very precious, and has been let down by circumstances perhaps beyond their control. And I'm very sorry to hear the stories of and the passion of a school that's very integrated to a history of this city. Yeah, I just want to reflect on that and thank you for everybody who's come here today and those that supported these deputations in taking the time to. It's very much heard, and I know within my deliberations, and I'm sure other cabinet members here will reflect very carefully about this and balancing that with the clear, harder decisions around the viability and what the council can afford going forward. So thank you. Just want to make that point. Thank you.
Councillor Taylor.
I just wanted to pick up one point from Councillor Daniel about the staff that are in place at the moment, and echo her thanks to the head teacher as the interim. And just sort of building on that, I think it's also worth noting one thing, which is that the current Year 6 cohort, there's quite a high number of those that have remained, and I understand that there's a sort of strong desire for many of them to see out the whole year, which is quite right. And of course, if we do proceed with closure, there will be other pupils in other years that will want to potentially see out the whole remainder of the academic year and then take up a new place in September. That will clearly be up to parents to choose how they want to do that. But I think we want to be clear on what we've given as the steer to officers and head teachers is that, particularly for that Year 6 group, but for all pupils, they shouldn't be seen as just seeing it through to the end. They should have a fantastic remaining year in Year 6, an important year before transition to secondary school. They should get great support, and they should, as far as possible, within sort of difficult circumstances, have a joyful last year in the school. And we very much will be asking officers and staff to make sure that is the case and they get the right support to do so. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Taylor. Councillor Robbins.
Yeah, I'd just like to add how deeply I empathise with the parents that are coming here. I had a deep connection with one of the other schools that closed, St Peter's in Portslade. I'd been born within 100 yards of St Peter's. I attended it. as a 4 or 5 year old, and later on was a governor at St Peter's. And I can honestly empathise with what you're going through. I had friends I'd gone to that school with 50 years previously were ringing me up saying, "Why are you letting them close our old school, Alan?" And I was trying to explain, well, I'm not letting them close our old school, but circumstances are. So I just really wanted to say how I understand and deeply empathise with how you feel.
Thank you, Councillor Robbins. Any other comments or questions from Cabinet? No. Well, that leaves me to add my reflections, which are that, as others have said, this is an incredibly sad situation. I really want to pay tribute to everyone from the school community who has come today to make deputations, to ask questions, and to be present for this meeting. We really appreciate your presence here, and everything that has been said today has been heard, and we will take away and reflect on further and work it into what we do going forward. Making decisions around school closure, I think one of the hardest things that councillors are ever asked to do. I think all of us deeply appreciate that schools are so much more than the buildings, and they are, everything. They are the sort of bedrock of our communities, where we choose to educate our children, the focus for so much social interaction. They can be the glue that is needed for community cohesion. They can really be the sort of starting and ending point for our communities. And I think we all definitely feel that very deeply. I'm particularly fond of Middle Street. I didn't go there myself, but I lived very close when I was a child growing up. I went to St Mary Mag's and then to Stamford. I think Middle Street has a special place in the hearts of people in this city because it is so central, because it is our oldest school, and because you can't really go anywhere in town without coming across it and seeing the beautiful murals that are on the wall, and knowing about Middle Street's reputation as such a progressive school that really has been the heartbeat of the city for so long. It's an incredibly regrettable situation, but I accept what Councillor Taylor says about this decision being necessary, having read the report, having looked at the conclusions of the IEB, which I'm satisfied really tried to find every other option possible other than closure, and I believe that those options were really looked at seriously, and obviously one was originally proposed in terms of federation and then was no longer realistic. So I accept that this decision is regrettable, but necessary. I suppose just words of reassurance, really, that as others have said and as Councillor Taylor has made really clear, there are clearly lessons to be learned here, and we will be doing a fully independent investigation. In my experience, our system at the moment for school governance is certainly far from perfect. Local councils and local authorities have a certain role in terms of governance and oversight, but it is an incomplete role. I think sometimes between the roles that the local authority plays and governing bodies play, things can get lost, and things that should be actioned are not always actioned as they should. And so I think there are some lessons that need to be learned, and the more we can understand about the situation, the better. I've been concerned to hear today and before today about issues around the school culture. I think, as Councillor McClay was making clear, we understand in this organisation that things can go very badly wrong when a culture is allowed to deteriorate. And I think that's something that definitely needs probing further as part of that independent review. To families and parents and carers and pupils, what I will say is that sadly we do have experience of school closure in our very recent history in this city because of the challenge of falling pupil numbers. I believe that means that we have learned how we best support people through that process, which includes ensuring that there is support wrapped around pupils as they transition, and that everybody is doing that with a really clear plan in place, especially those pupils with special educational needs, as Councillor Taylor has made clear, the 8 pupils at the school in that situation who will have their yearly reviews. And also I say to staff, I know how difficult and emotional and deeply frustrated I imagine that you are feeling. My husband is a primary school teacher, and I very well understand just how important and vocational your roles are, and how much your school community means to you. And so I really empathise with what you're going through. I can give my word that this council will do everything possible to provide to you support in terms of HR and potential redeployment, and support as you think about the next stages for you. So that leaves me to say, does Cabinet accept the recommendations in this report to move ahead with statutory notices for Middle Street? Agreed. Thank you, colleagues. Our next report this evening is a report for Councillor Rokins. So I'm going back to the part of the agenda that we departed from. So it's 145, and it's the Environmental Enforcement Service.
Thank you very much, Chair. So yeah, this is actually not a key decision, but the environmental enforcement team has at times been quite high profile and covered in the media. So I wanted to bring this important update to Cabinet today. I think to illustrate some of the problems, I'm just going to use a quote that came from a small business via a social media post recently, and that quote was, "The only time we hear from the council is when they're fining us." That's perhaps a slightly extreme example, but it gives you a sense of the sentiment from our local businesses, that they don't always feel that we're on their side, supporting them and working with them collaboratively to look after our city. There's been plenty of stories of what you could describe as minor infractions resulting in what could also be described as large and disproportionate fines. And indeed, our data shows that a large proportion of the offences we record are minor and often one-off offences. So what we're proposing here today is a fundamental shift in the focus of the team away from punitive fines and in favour of prevention and proportionality. And that will mean much more in the way of early engagement and collaboration, including better guidance provided for when businesses set up and register for business rates in the first instance, and business surgeries to provide advice and guidance, as well as give greater opportunities to converse with our local businesses, hear their views, hear their concerns, and keep that dialogue going as partners in the city. The team have identified a number of businesses who do not currently have what's called a duty of care transfer notice, which is a legal requirement. And actually, the reason I'm highlighting that is because it's often, you could describe it as being the sort of potentially a gateway to some of the other offences that end up resulting in a fine. So there's going to be a lot of effort going in from the team to contact all of those businesses. We know who they are now, and not go around and slap fines on them, but to go around to them and say, yes, our records show that you don't have this requirement in place. Here's why you need it, here's the support, here's the options, and here's how we can help you to make sure that you're not just looking after our city, but also complying with legal duties. That said, clearly there will be times when enforcement is required, but we want to make sure that we're being proportionate, and that and with that in mind, we're proposing a new lower tier of fixed penalty notice amounts for smaller offences. And just to put that into context, we heard stories in the last sort of year or two of potentially businesses receiving quite chunky fines of around £600 for putting one small cardboard box in the wrong bin, for example. Now that's not the fault of the team issuing those fixed penalty notices. They were just following the framework that was there for them, and it's that framework that is part of the proposed changes that we're suggesting here today. So previously, for commercial fly tipping and commercial waste offences, the minimum fixed penalty notice amount was £600, and that was for what was described as 3 to 5 80-litre sacks of waste or loose equivalent. So it just gives you a sense of that size or volume. So 3 sacks is a reasonable amount, and obviously that doesn't factor in the potential for much smaller offences or much smaller items. So what we're proposing is to leave everything from the £600 upwards untouched and leave that in place for 3 to 5 sacks, and then it scales upwards from there for the more serious offences. but to also introduce two lower layers below that, starting at £300 for single items, and the same methodology for the residential framework as well. So that's aiming to add more proportionality to what we do when we do need to enforce, although obviously the aim here is to be issuing a lot fewer fines. At the other end of the spectrum, we're also proposing a much more robust regime for the more egregious cases and the persistent offenders. And again, we've got good data on who some of those persistent offenders are in this city. And that includes an expansion in the use of our CCTV to identify and catch those offenders, to make sure that that we are identifying them and taking the appropriate action. So, to summarise, I think I just want to finish by expressing a sort of key message to our local businesses, which is essentially to say, we know that you are the beating heart of our city, and we hear you, we've listened to your feedback, and we want to work from this point onwards collaboratively with you as equal partners to look after our city in all of our interests. So with that, I'll pause there and take any questions.
Thanks, Councillor Oakins. Councillor Taylor.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Councillor Oakins. And just to sort of draw out a little bit from my perspective of my portfolio. So at some point last year, I can't remember exactly when, maybe midpoint last year, we had a first meeting with a very broad set of independent retailers in the city centre, alongside Councillor McLaren, who now has left, and Councillor Shanks, who are some of the ward councillors for West Hill and North Lane, and then that expanded a bit. And we've had further meeting, and we're going to have some future meetings as well. And this is covering all aspects of being an independent retailer in the city centre, including business rates, tourism, rents, buildings, etc. But a key theme that consistently came through, including when I then go around the lanes and talk to retailers, is yes, this view of an adversarial relationship with the council, and particularly on environmental enforcement. And I think we've been saying it for a while, but it's great that we're now formally recognising it and reflecting it in policy and approach, that the whole point of environmental enforcement is not to catch people out and bring in revenue. The whole point of environmental enforcement is to stop genuine fly tipping and deter genuine criminal activity. Because, by the way, the vast majority of independent retailers, they're the ones who suffer from illegal, genuine fly tipping. So they want that tackled. So do residents, and so do most visitors. But what they don't want to be is sort of punitively fined as a way of perhaps generating revenue, and that was the perception. So I think this would be really welcome news, and I hope you can join us at one of the future meetings of the independent retailers in the centre of Brighton. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Taylor. Councillor Miller.
Thank you, Chair. I also meet with lots of businesses, and I know that I actually would like to say that we are beginning to be commended for how we're listening and that we're actually engaging. So that picture you painted, that's what it was, and I get so much positive feedback now for how much we're trying to engage with businesses, and this is part of it. So I really welcome this initiative, and I know there will be real happiness in the business community that we're actually no longer perceived as going after those people who make a mistake or fall victim even to fly tipping, but that we are actually supporting them and ensuring that our streets are cleaned, and that we are going after those people who are abusing the system, rather than those businesses who are absolutely doing their best to support our city and do the right thing. So I'm really delighted by this formalisation of our enforcement process, that changes we've made. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Miller. Councillor Allen.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Councillor Oakins, for your work on this. I think we as Labour councillors have been kicking around for at least a couple of years a desire to refresh the framework for environmental enforcement because of the cases you cite. Another example being, the wheel of a bin slightly out on the road, leading to quite a punitive fixed penalty notice, whereas it would have taken the officer involved a lot less time to push it back, rather than go through a whole kind of enforcement process. So working collaboratively with our small businesses throughout the city, which they're our lifeblood, is what makes this new strategy really, really great, I think. I think you've got the balance exactly right, that having a one-size-fits-all approach hasn't worked, and having new tiers of fixed penalty notices are a much fairer and proportional way of leading to behaviour change amongst businesses, but also those businesses that are repeatedly disrespecting the public realm, which is meant to be enjoyed by the residents, workers and visitors of our city. They're not going to get off scot-free, and they should be pursued into the courts if necessary, which this policy puts a roadmap together for. And so this, along with the next item that's coming up on the docket for Cabinet, I think is another really important step towards what we as an administration are doing to clean up our city and to make it a city to be proud of.
Thank you, Councillor Allen. Councillor Robinson.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Councillor Rokin, for this report. I've already seen some improvement here in Central Hove. There's a really nasty grot spot around the back of Tesco's, between George Street and Tesco's, and already with the CCTV and officers working in collaboration with those businesses in George Street, I can see some improvement. What also will be great, we've had this conversation before, but there's one small business in Central Hove who I know are quite near the top of the list of money outstanding for fines, where there's just been a misunderstanding, I think. So I'm really pleased that these surgeries are going to start, and there'll be some kind of dialogue and a better understanding between that small business who is struggling to survive and our officers, and how they can work together. So it's a good day for small businesses. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Robinson. Councillor Robin.
Yeah, can I just ask one thing? And it might not be relevant, but you might be able to tell me. For many years, I managed a shop down North Street in Brighton, and next door to us was an Oxfam shop. And one of the big problems the Oxfam shop people had was supposed donations of what was basically rubbish left in their doorway, which then they had to process. And I wonder, is there anywhere, the charity shops are counted in a different light, or given some sort of leeway on that? Because it just seemed to me rather like money laundering. This was rubbish laundering. I can't get rid of it, so I'll leave it in Oxfam's doorway, and they'll have to get rid of it.
Yeah, thanks through you, Chair. Yeah, I'll respond to Councillor Robinson and perhaps respond to some of the other comments made. Yeah, I mean, on charity shops, we have dealt with cases like that, indeed, where people have, made perfectly well-intentioned donations when the charity shop is closed, and then there's been a fine issued either to the charity shop or to the person that left it. And I think, that speaks to the sort of shift in approach here, which is away from the punitive and more towards the sort of supportive, and being able to take a bit of a case-by-case view on things. I mean, if someone's left what is clearly a set of items that you can reasonably expect are being left there to donate to the charity shop, and it's, 9:15 on a Tuesday morning, and the charity shop's going to open in a little bit, perhaps you can exercise a little bit of discretion there, and maybe check later when the shop is open to see if it's still there or whatever. So absolutely that is a factor. Just coming back to some of the other comments made earlier, and perhaps to respond to them all in a single comment, which is, from certainly the feedback that I've heard from businesses, particularly via the Business Improvement District, or the BID as you often hear it referred to, there are really two issues above all others that they've raised with me. One is environmental enforcement and the approach and some of the issues and concerns that Councillor Taylor mentioned earlier. And the other one is the cleanliness of the city, which we're about to discuss in the next report. So I agree with you, Councillor Robertson. It is a good day we are responding to those concerns. In terms of this has been a really sort of comprehensive review, and Councillor Allen mentioned that obviously we've been kicking this around for quite a while now. We've certainly understood the need to review the service. I just want to sort of dig into that for a minute, which is to say that one of the issues here is that the service is an income generating service that needs to try and, by and large support itself and obviously has, sort of essentially an income target attached to it with that in mind. And that's one of the key reasons that it's been quite, a challenge to do this review and to do it comprehensively and to apply some, a bit of creative thinking and a bit of how can we do things differently and all that kind of thing. Because obviously if your aim is to reduce the amount of fines you're issuing in a service that has an income target, you're already getting off to sort of quite a difficult position. So I actually really just want to thank the officers, particularly Louise Lawrence, who I think is online, for the really hard work. And I think what her and the team have been able to do is really sort of really properly take a step back from this and say, well, look, what is the aim of this service? The aim of this service is not to derive income in terms of what residents want it to do. The aim of the service is to improve the look and feel of the city and to look after the city and support our businesses. So that's been the starting point, and I think that's why we've got to such a better place. So just want to thank everyone to be involved. Very happy, Councillor Miller, to come and attend any future meetings with businesses, because I think what this has shown is that we just need that constant dialogue, and we don't want to be, to go back to my quote, as I said at the beginning of the presentation, we don't want the only time businesses hear from us when we want something from them. It needs to be a constant conversation.
Councillor Miller.
I would be delighted, I'm sure they'd be delighted to welcome you to the Destination Experience Group and the Brighton Hove Hoteliers Association, and I'm sure they'd love to extend an invitation to you. I think they'd really welcome your coming, and I know members of your officer teams have attended and have been very, what they are doing has been seen as very positive and very exciting. Thank you.
Fantastic. Any other comments or questions on this? No, in which case I will just add my own support. This has been something that I think has been troubling us for some time. The approach that we inherited when we took over the administration in May 23, and I have been contacted by numerous businesses over the last few years about fines that were considered unreasonable or in circumstances that weren't properly appreciated and the sort of wider context appreciated, including sometimes, new businesses that are just setting themselves up and trying to make sure that they comply with the regulations. So I think this is really welcome. I think that this is a win-win, both for our enforcement objectives and the cleanliness that we're seeking, but also for showing that we are on the side of our small business community and trying to support them to succeed at the same time. So thank you very much for bringing this forward, Councillor Okins. Can I just confirm that Cabinet colleagues are happy to accept the recommendations in this report? Agreed. Excellent. We now turn to a cleaner city centre, and I have Councillor Okins once again.
Yeah, apologies, Chair, it's me again, but it's the last one from me, so we'll have a bit more variety. Look, in politics, you often hear the phrase, cleaning up the mess that we inherited. Usually that's a metaphorical reference and referring to financial mess or economic mess, but no, in our case, it was just literal mess. I think it's fair to say that, knocking on doors around the city, as we all did in the run-up to our election campaign, but also have continued to do so, you hear different messages and different concerns from all over the city. But for me, and I know this is shared by colleagues in this chamber, that there was one message that united every corner of the city, and that is clean the place up and look after the city. Now, Brighton and Hove attracts about 12 million visitors every year, and of course that has a very significant impact on the main thoroughfares. Now, I was going to ask colleagues here to guess how often these main thoroughfares were being jet washed previously, but I'll save you the suspense. It was never. Now, the logic behind that apparently was that you can't clean the busiest streets because they're too busy. So go figure. I'll come back to jet washing in a minute. Now, last year we created a new city centre manager post to provide dedicated cross-council leadership and to coordinate multiple internal services and also external partners, as well as being very visible and accessible to our local businesses. And, really to get away from this idea that you have multiple council services all turning up doing different things and it's not particularly joined up, to look at the city centre as a whole and take a place-based, street-by-street, area-by-area approach, and look at the totality of the improvements needed to bring about the kind of changes that we want to see. So the first project that the city centre manager was tasked with was essentially a test and learn approach to sort of, try this working methodology, and it was along the stretch that we refer to, as colleagues, we often refer to it as Station to the Sea. And what we're talking about here is essentially, look, a lot of these 12 million visitors turn up in the city on the train, and often if they've come from further inland, the first thing they want to do is go down to the beach. Now, in my view, that initial experience of leaving the train station and walking down to the seafront, down Queen's Road and West Street, has not always been a particularly pleasant one. I personally have a very ambitious vision of what that journey could be like at some point in the future, but what we really wanted to do was to make a short-term, highly visible impact. And in that test and learn pilot approach, city centre manager again taking that whole journey from the station all the way down to the bottom of West Street approach. There's now 40 new litter bins, 10 new cigarette bins. The tree pits have been tidied up and improved. New communal bins are arriving imminently, and the team have removed over 1,000 stickers from that stretch. Street furniture has been repainted, signage has been refurbished and repainted, and actually, I have to be honest, I was slightly sceptical about doing these like little bits and what the cumulative impact would be, but I actually walked a couple of weeks ago from the clock tower up to the station, and I really noticed the difference. I think all of those things together has really made a difference. Coming back to jet washing, we now have a team out jet washing and hubbing. A hubber is like a big machine that has water, but also a sort of really robust, firm brush that really sort of scrubs the street and gets all that grime, because bear in mind these streets have not been properly washed in, I don't know, you have to go back, long before records began probably until the last time they were done. We've now got that team out doing that every week. I went out to meet them a couple of weeks ago, along with Councillor Thompson, who's the ward councillor. We went to West Street. They've already done the west side of West Street, and they're now, or they were at the time, halfway down the east side of West Street. You could stand in the middle of West Street, look on the west side and look on the east side, and the difference is like night and day. They are totally different colours. On this side of the street, you've now got the sort of rich, warm, brown, like earthy tones of the actual paving slabs, and on the other side, it's all buried behind, underneath, a centimetre or two of grime and chewing gum and all the rest of it. We're taking that a step further, though, because we can see what impact it makes, and as part of this proposal today, we're proposing a new overnight street cleaning service to do the regular deep cleans when the streets are empty, and we can get maximum bang for buck and work more efficiently. Now, look, for the more well-travelled among us, this is very common in other European towns and cities, certainly towns and cities with similar kind of visitor numbers for us. And my view is that there is absolutely no reason that we shouldn't be taking just as much pride here in Brighton and Hove. I'll pause there and turn to questions. Thanks, Chair.
Thanks very much, Councillor Akins. Councillor Williams.
Thank you for this work, and I agree with you. It's much cleaner in the city centre. You can see it. But I know that my residents are going to ask, but what about the rest of the areas? What about places outside of the city centre? And is there any way we can help those areas? Thanks.
Yeah, excellent question, Councillor Williams, and I picked up similar comments since we did the announcement on this a few days ago. Now, the city centre manager, and actually if you look at the report, there's an appendix which shows the remit area of the city centre manager, so the area that he is really tasked with focusing on. The overnight street service is not limited to that city centre area, so it's an entirely new resource, and it's important to say that it does not take away any of the daytime resource. This is additional resource, an additional service on top of what we already do. We can send this resource anywhere we want to, and look, we're hoping to have this operational in May in time for the festival season, but certainly ahead of the summer when all the visitors start arriving. So clearly the initial focus is going to be on those really high footfall areas and the places that really bear the brunt of the visitor economy, but we can move it around wherever we want. And my view certainly is that there's going to be plenty of parades of shops in Portslade and Hangton and all the rest of it, and there's obviously places like Hove Station and all of that, and we can deploy this wherever. And my view, we did a fair bit of work with Westminster City Council actually on what their approach to street cleansing was, and aside from the fact they've got much larger budgets from us, which is difficult for us to replicate, they reported that when they put in their overnight street cleaning service, it was the biggest single thing that made the difference. So my view is that we should see it should be a bit of a game changer over a period of weeks and months as the impact of all this stuff starts to accumulate, it wouldn't surprise me if we're sat here in a year or two's time advocating for expanding it and maybe growing that resource in the future.
Thanks very much, Councillor Aikins. Councillor Newton.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Councillor Rokins. This is really exciting. I'm really encouraged to hear this, and absolutely right. It's been needed, and before we were elected, there was nothing. So I think that's really helpful. I had a real privilege on Tuesday to meet with the project manager of Valley Gardens Phase 3 and had a look round as it's really taking shape. And one thing is very striking is in the paved area, replacing the old tarmac, particularly on the eastern side of the old Steen, to the east of the War Memorial. It's looking really impressive already. There's work to do, but you can just sense how beautiful that surface is and how impressive it will be once it's done. And one thing I spoke with the project managers, well, how do we keep this protected? And one thing the project is doing is going to coat it with a protected surface before it opens to the public. And one of the reasons for that is to protect it from chewing gum and other things. So it makes it much easier to clean once you've got that nice protected surface on. So the question I have is, how do we tackle chewing gum? Because it's a real problem wherever you seem to go on paved surfaces. And how do we really get to a place where our pavements are protected in some way so that it's easier to clean? I don't know how we get there, but I think just reflecting on what I saw on Tuesday and how we can do things really well when we start afresh, how do we do this for existing surfaces?
Yeah, thank you, Councillor Newton, for you, Chair. Yeah, chewing gum obviously has a major impact, and certainly when it's been there for a long time, it's very difficult to get up. A jet washer and even a hubber that in most cases won't lift it. And there is specialist equipment out there, and I believe actually we've got a grant funding application in at the moment to look at dedicating some resource to that. But I think that the broader point here is that we're starting from quite a low base. A lot of these streets have not been properly deep cleaned for a very long time. If you can get into some kind of rhythm whereby even if each stretch only gets done a couple of times a year, the baseline that you're starting from is absolutely sort of transformational. So I think this is all about that sort of cumulative effect over time.
Councillor Miller.
Yes, again, another initiative that I know, thank you very much, Chair, that I know that hospitality businesses and accommodation businesses are really excited to hear about, that will be enormously welcomed. Can you reassure me, please, that the existing street cleaning teams will still be operating? And I would like to know how the timing is of the hub and the jet washing, so that services are not being affected by high footfall on, say, a Friday or a Saturday evening. How is that being managed? Thank you.
Yeah, thanks, Councillor Miller, for the question. Yeah, no, the existing street cleaning services as we have them will not be untouched. So this is very much an additional service, so that can remain. And we really want these two services. That it will be the city centre manager who directs this resource, at least to begin with, and that will mean it can be really coordinated. I think the idea with the overnight street service is very much that it will try and do the stuff that ideally you don't want the daytime teams doing. So that that the streets are empty, let's get the jet washers out, let's get the hubbers out, let's do the real deep cleans, which means that the daytime staff can concentrate on the standard day-to-day stuff, the litter, weeding where that's required, some of the reactive stuff and all of those kinds of things, and it will be nicely coordinated by the city centre manager, who I should just put on record I think is doing an excellent job, and we've had very good feedback from businesses in terms of having that real point of contact. He's a very approachable, personable person as well, so that really helps. In terms of the timings, the proposal, at least to start with, is that this would be a 5-night-a-week service running from Sunday night to Thursday night, with the thinking very much that on a Friday, this is true to a degree on other nights in the week as well, certainly in the high season, but generally speaking, the Fridays and the Saturday nights, you may still have large numbers of people out on the streets at 2-3 in the morning, and that's going to obviously present challenges. For anyone, a couple of people have expressed anxiety about noise. places. Obviously, not all of the city centre is free of residential dwellings. There are plenty of people who live in the city centre. And just by way of reassurance, yeah, there may be some noise attached to this, but this is not going to be, a team plonked out the same location every single night. It's going to be moving around over a period of time, so it's not going to be a sort of constant source of disturbance, if that makes sense.
Thank you. Councillor Allen.
Thank you, Chair. So there are three recommendations to this report, and so I'd just like to speak to each of them in turn. So the first is to agree to note progress to date on the Station to the Sea Test and Learn pilot, which I hope you will all agree to. It is a project that I've been leading on as Cabinet Member for Public Realm, and there are lots of little things that have added up to one big refresh of the area as a way to greet. You don't get a second chance to make a first impression, and for millions of people that arrive to Brighton and Hove, that is their first impression. So that stretch of highway from Brighton Station down to the seafront is really, really important, but also going underneath the station as the gateway into the North Lane, one of the postcard neighbourhoods of our city, is also really important, and the new mural at the top of Trafalgar Street, done in collaboration with Network Rail, unveiled about a fortnight ago, has been another really key part of that work. But also some of the things that Councillor Rokins didn't rattle off, the introduction of anti-sticker paint, which is bobbly, so that stickers don't get a purchase on street furniture anymore. So a gust of wind or a nice bit of rain, and that comes off, or it's easier for our officers to remove. Repainting benches, rationalising signage, removal of dilapidated phone boxes. There are more to do, but we've made a good start. And blitzing of weeds and graffiti where they find it. And that's why I've heard multiple officers describe some of the work coming forward through Laszlo's leadership as city centre manager as being a real game changer, and I can't emphasise enough how much of a breath of fresh air his leadership in this area has been. The second of the recommendations is to endorse the continued focus provided by the city centre manager. And one other insight I would like to add to that was Councillor Rokins and I were basically consulted about his geographical remit, that where is the city centre, where does it start and stop? And at the time I thought it was quite ambitious to include places like Preston Street and St James's Street alongside everything that is undoubtedly city centre. But he says to me that he thinks it's just the right fit for the current challenge and the current resourcing he has, that this is the right size to cover it. So I'm really glad that is the case. The third recommendation is that Cabinet agrees to approve the introduction of an overnight street cleaning service, and this will truly be transformational, I think, for the city centre. There just aren't enough hours in the day to clean up our city, so we're going into the night. I was really glad to be involved with kind of figuring out the scope of this new provision, alongside other work we're doing on a new strategy around new murals, because we know that murals deter tagging. There is a difference between tagging and graffiti. Deter tagging and brighten up areas of public realm that currently drop spots, things like that. This is a really important piece of work. It means better public realm for our residents to enjoy in the centre of the city, improved confidence in the city generally for businesses and conferences and things like that. And also, better first impression for visitors, which is key, given the four corners of the world they all come from. So I can't endorse this enough, and I can't wait to be out jet washing with the team myself, hopefully, and I'm sure that opportunity can be availed to anyone else around this table.
Thank you, Councillor Allen. Councillor Robbins.
Well, Councillor Allen's made me feel all nostalgic now about anti-sticker paint, and the number of years I spent explaining to people about wet film thicknesses and dry film thicknesses and how it needed to go on, and all I really had to say to them was, well, it's sort of bobbly and nothing sticks to it. So I'm really, really pleased for that. And we did have a chewing gum. At one time, we did have a chewing gum removing machine, but I don't think we ever used it. I think it sat somewhere and everybody talked about it, and nobody, never, I don't know what happened to it. And just as a third point, another frivolous point really is, I remember a previous administration's idea of clearing up the Station to the Sea road was to rename it Ocean Boulevard. And I think that I will only vote for this if you promise me faithfully that it's going to stay as Queen's Road and West Street. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Allen. I can confirm it's going to stay as Queen's Road. I'm going to ask Cabinet to agree the recommendations in this report. Agreed. Thanks very much, colleagues. We now come to a short comfort break. So I'm going to ask everyone to rejoin in 10 minutes at 4:15. Thanks. Back, sorry, restarting a bit later than I said. Our next item is 147, that's Local Authority Bus Grant Delivery Plan. And I've got Councillor Mooton to introduce the report, please.
Thank you, Chair. Today we take an important and responsible decision about the future of bus travel in Brighton and Hove, a decision that protects families, strengthens essential services and keeps our network reliable and affordable for the year ahead. Buses are the backbone of transport in our city, and Brighton and Hove is proud to have one of the strongest urban bus networks outside London, with some of the highest bus use per head in the country. For many households, they are the route to school, to healthcare, to work, and to everyday independence. Our responsibility is to keep this network strong, fair, and future ready. And today's decision does exactly that. Over the next 12 months, the Council will invest around £9 million into improving bus services and supporting those most in need. This includes £5.75 million in revenue allocation and £3.259 million in capital improvements, all funded through the Department for Transport's Local Authority Bus Grant, or LABG, formerly Bus Service Improvement Plan, or BSIP. This proposed LAGB grant delivery plan for 26-27 responds to Brighton and Hove City Council's BSIP and BSIP Refreshed 2024 objectives. Our approach puts families, young people and low-income residents at the heart of the plan. Our focus protects free reduced fares where they make the biggest difference, and it does so responsibly without jeopardising the rest of the network. So let me set out clearly how both our revenue programme and our capital programme will deliver that. So starting with our revenue programme, 26-27, which is keeping buses reliable, this is how our revenue funding will be used in the coming year. Today's report recommends spending £5.5 million on LAGBD and fare offers supporting and enhancing key bus services across the city. This includes £750,000 on fare offers for families, young people and people on lower incomes. An additional £700,000 is carried over from this year, 25-26, which will mean we total £1.4 million on fare offers. And the revenue grant also has £3.3 million on support of socially necessary bus services and the Breeze to the Downs bus service. We will also have £760,000 on enhancing several services to improve reliability and punctuality, and £80,000 to extend the opening hours of customer services. But affordability on its own isn't enough. We also need buses that are reliable, accessible, and running at the right time for people who depend on them. So we're improving bus reliability, frequency and coverage. So we're spending £600,000 to improve punctuality and frequency on routes 23, 24, 26, 27 and 46. 160,000 on higher frequency and longer hours on cross-boundary routes such as the 273 and the 17, supporting workers, families, students travelling from the north into the city and in and out of the city. 3.285 million to sustain essential social necessary services. This includes supported routes run by the Compass buses, routes 16, 47, 52, 37 and 37B. They are run out of the council's funds directly. And route 21 serving East Brighton and Breeze up to the Downs buses 77, 78 and 79. We also have this £750,000 of fare offers boosted by the £640,000 rollover, given 1.4 million total for targeted support. This means changes to fare subsidies. We're working carefully through these to ensure that we do our best to protect families least able to pay and ensure less privileged young people have a good access to education. And with more information around that soon, we're working on that in detail, working for the modelling around that. We take our corporate parent responsibility very seriously. Having attended the corporate parenting board last year and listening to young people, young care leavers, it became clear that better access to public transport could be significantly improve their life chances and help counter disadvantage. This is why we're currently modelling how we can support care leavers through improved public transport access and including options around fares for care leavers. More information will come very soon as we work through carefully those modelling within the context of this funding allocation. In parallel, we're reviewing ways to keep bus travel fair and accessible more widely. And this includes retaining the travel shop saver, the same price for online as for digitally excluded residents, exploring short-hop targeted routes to better connect communities and communities with the greatest transport barriers, and keeping the breeze fares within our city saver tickets to support affordable access to the South Downs, in line with city priority to improve health, wealth and well-being through access to green space. Separately, our longer-term fare offer development focuses on improving inclusivity and accessibility, and particularly in relation to school pupils travelling to and from school. And our focus will be around ensuring those on free school meals on under 19s will have good access to this. We're presently in the process of modelling this, and for further announcements and further presentations of fare offers within the context of this budget will follow. So following approval today, we're looking to keep our fare travel affordable, and Table 1 sets out in the report the LAG-BG allocations for Brighton and Hove City Council for the forthcoming 3-year financial years. So our capital investment makes buses faster, safer, more accessible and more reliable. Total capital investment of 3.1 million plus 159,000 for contingency. Enforcement, safety and journey time improvements. We're looking to set out £500,000 on for bus camera enforcements, tackling illegal parking in bus lanes and at stops. This improves journey times, reducing delays and increasing safety with enforcement income invested locally. And we're looking to upgrade bus stops with drop curbs, ramps and modernised layouts, making every journey easier and safer for older people in wheelchairs and families with buggies. And this is an absolute priority in terms of developing our accessible city. And we're also looking to continue to invest in the express routes with a successful 1X and 3X, which are known to be cutting journey times and supporting a wider modal shift. These express services have proven a success, and this government grant for capital investment continues a progression for these services. And we're looking to design and develop mobility hubs, and we have a part of this grant will be used for strategically developing our park and ride and to reduce congestion and improve city centre access and air quality improvements. And we're also looking to use some of this grant for corridor improvements, including signal upgrades, junction redesign, and quick win measures identified through refreshed route studies, and strengthening major bus corridors. So we're using some of this grant for reinforced surfaces for critical routes such as Lewis Road, Eastern Road and Upper Rock Gardens. These work to improve resilience, cut future maintenance disruptions and support faster, more reliable services. And we also have allocated a resource to get started on the Preston Circus London Road bus corridor study, which will include junction review and redesign, junction modelling, detailed design, consultation, signal work, and where many will know this is an area known for much delay at peak time. So I think it's absolutely vital we do actually look at this junction and try and improve what is known to be a congestion spot. And a much called for feasibility for the B123 Falmer Road, Warren Road junction is included in this paper, and noting that the implementation of is contingent on the outcomes of a Rottingdean study. This could significantly improve traffic flows to the east of our cities through these valued communities. And this plan builds on real success. So since 2022, Brighton and Hove received £37 million in BSIP and LABG funding, and nearly 11 million has subsidised fare offers, including 5.5 million for under 19 alone over that period. We've improved bus priority, upgraded stops, introduced new express services, increased frequencies and strengthened the resilience of the network. Brighton and Hove continues to have one of the highest rates of bus use outside per capita outside London. This plan strengthens that success and avoids the financial risk of overspending that would undermine the network. So colleagues, today's plan, it protects low-income households, young people and families, keeps essential routes running across the city, makes buses more reliable and accessible, delivers infrastructure improvements residents have asked for, avoids overspend, supports cleaner air, reduce congestion and our net zero goals, keeps Brighton and Hove network among the best in the country. This is financially sustainable within our means, and in this context, this paper is progressive, it's responsible and fair, and it's the right decision for the city. Therefore, can commend the support to Cabinet today. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Moutin. Can I take comments and questions on everything that Councillor Moutin has said in this report? Councillor Alexander.
Got a couple of comments and questions. So I'm really pleased to see that we're putting money into making some of our bus stops more accessible, because I know we have a bus stop in my ward in Colding, and that's on the list to be made more accessible, because currently a wheelchair user can't get on and off the bus at that stop. So I'm really pleased we're putting money into that. Secondly, I'm really pleased that we're going to continue to support the 78 bus up to Stanmer, because it is the only means of public transport that the villagers have to access to come in and out of Brighton. And it's also great for visitors to the popular Stanmer Park to be able to get to the park and leave their cars at home, and also as a way for staff and all the volunteers to get to the many projects that take place in Stanmer Park. So that's great. I have a question. When you say improvements to the Lewis Road, what does that mean, please?
Through the Chair, thank you, Councillor Alexandra. Firstly, yes, thank you for highlighting the bus stop accessibility. There are several bus stops around the city which are just not suitable, cannot be deemed as fully accessible, and we do need to prioritise that. It's very healthy to have this additional grant money to actually target that, to make sure that sometimes these are in communities away from the city centre, such as Colding, I think you referred to, and it's really vital that you can get on the bus in the city centre, but we can't get off the other end during that's really not okay, is it? So, or vice versa. So we need to make sure, and also some of these bus stops, you might get off the bus, but then you can't move from the bus. You've got to connect with the pavement, and I can think of several where we've got bus stops which really aren't well connected to the neighbouring pavement, but it goes after on the grass versa or something. So there's a whole load of work to do on that, but it is an absolute priority. Thank you for your comment about the 78 V's bus to Stamner. One thing that I'm very keen to keep a close eye on is the usage of Breezops to the Downs. It is a supported service. We do put money in to support it. I've been encouraging the bus company to look at how to make that more viable, so we can take less support where we can, particularly for perhaps the 79 and 77. I think there's work to do on that in the course of the coming year. And I've said this previously, let's try and make this much more viable, but we know it's essential for Stamner Village because it's the only bus service they have. So the 78 is a vital service for our residential community. So I get that. What's your question? Sorry,
Yeah, Lewis Road.
My apologies. Yeah, Lewis, I didn't write it down. So what we're doing with this is we've got a highways maintenance programme. We've got a very ambitious piece of work which I presented to Cabinet previously, looking at how to put more money into our roads and our pavements across the city. And we've stepped up with a government grant, and we're looking for other pots of money we can use to enhance our roads. And where we've actually got a high bus usage, such as Lewis Road, we're actually allocating some of our local authority bus grant to strengthen the road surface itself. And we think this is valid in that Lewis Road corridor location because of the very high usage by buses. It's not something you do in every bus route, but where there's a particular focus where the bus frequency is incredibly high. I think there's something like 1,000 buses a day go up and down Lewis Road, which is very high. So we can use some of this grant to actually keep our roads maintained, which is pretty vital, I'd say.
Thanks, Councillor Mooton. Councillor Allen.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Councillor Mooton, for presenting this delivery plan. It's clearly very comprehensive, but it also, I think, really comes across quite clearly that it's both qualitative and quantitative, that you're led by data on what needs investment, but also on experience of our residents and of organisations in the city. For example, Brighton Hove buses, every time I meet with them, they bring up with me the congestion that's prevalent in my ward at the very junction you mentioned of the Downs Hotel Crossroads, something that my predecessors tried to tackle, and it's never really been sorted. So the fact that feasibility studies are built into your delivery plan, I think is very welcome. I can't wait to sink my teeth into them. I also completely echo what Councillor Alexander said about accessibility. There have been new bus stops built within the last 5 years that are not accessible. They're not step-free access. And I think in the 2020s, that is something we should really be on top of, and I know it's something you're working hard on. So keep at it.
Thanks, Councillor Allen. Councillor Mooton, did you want to come back?
Very briefly, just to re-emphasise that point, I think the Falmer Road, Warren Road junction, the B123 in Woodingdean, I think has been put into that too difficult box by previous administrations. And although it's been identified as a problem, it's like, can we just not do this? Because it's quite difficult. And I think we need to actually study this, get a feasibility assessment done, and see how difficult it is, whether we can afford to do it, what it looks like in practice. It is tied in with the Rottingdean study, and both are connected. But it's something that I'm very keen that if we can take this forward using this grant, we will.
Thanks, Councillor Mooton, and I really support your enthusiasm and commitment to taking on difficult projects. I think it's really important. I think for too long in the city, we've sometimes ducked the more difficult things. I'm in particular interested in the work on Preston Circus. Some of my earliest memories are sitting in traffic on New England Road, and I still sit in traffic on New England Road. So if we can do something to unlock that junction, I think that would be really welcome. Councillor Taylor.
Well, I might offer a slightly contrarian view in this item, this debate, and obviously there's been lots of positive stuff, and obviously I'm supportive of this report and supportive of the overall approach, but I can't help but wondering or thinking about whether we really have the overall correct system of buses in this country and in this city. I mean, let's be honest, we have a private bus company, a very large one, and then smaller private bus companies in this city that, by the way, let's be honest, do a pretty good job. The routes are pretty good. The buses often look great. There's different reliability in different places. That's the case in every area, but they probably do a pretty good job. But the bus company does make a profit. It's not always clear exactly what profit they make. And at the same time, we also get funding from different sources, either direct from government or some of our own funding to support elements of the bus system, whether it's individual routes, whether it's subsidising individual fares, whether it's improvements to elements of the infrastructure. And I can't help but wonder whether that is the right way to have a system, and whether for something that is a core piece of infrastructure to a city, there should be an element of private profit, which I don't doubt a large amount of it is reinvested into the service, but I wonder whether that profit could effectively not represent profit, but represent entirely value back into a local system, either via reduced fares or increased availability of routes, etc. And I do wonder whether in most parts of Europe, where most bus services are publicly owned, that might end up being a better route. And I think that's something for us as a city and as a country to consider going forward, notwithstanding my support for this report and the approach overall.
Thanks, Councillor Taylor. I think that is a really valuable contribution, and I don't think it's a contrarian view. I think we've all recognised over the last few years that, as Councillor Meaton said in his introduction, we have an excellent bus service in relative terms, in terms of coverage, in terms of usage. We've got a lot that has been developed over time to work well, and indeed I think we've doubled down on that in terms of some of our express routes, in terms of supported routes, a lot of the kind of policy making that has already been done in this area. But I think you are absolutely right to highlight that at the moment the pace of change is not going fast enough. We know, and there is enough evidence out there that demonstrates that properly integrated, genuinely affordable, and if at all possible free public transport is the foundation, in the same way that a decent and warm and affordable home is the foundation to ensuring the best possible fulfilment, particularly for our young people. And I think that is where we need to really put our focus and our energy. And I completely agree with you that the idea that a core amount of this money is going out of the city in terms of private profit, and not all of it is being reinvested in terms of continuous improvement, is an issue, and it's something that we need to grapple with. Do we have other comments or questions on this paper? Councillor Rokins.
Yeah, thanks, Jen. Just to sort of pick up on what's just been said, really. I mean, we do have a very, very good service. The buses are great, and as Councillor Newton said in his opening remarks, we have some of the best bus usage in the city. But, we also have to be honest that cost is a barrier to residents for using our bus service. It is a good service, but it can be expensive depending on where you're going. It's just important for everyone to sort of understand that, it is a private company. That private company sets the fares and they set the routes, and then that kind of leaves us in a difficult position often, which is that if we think that those fares might be unaffordable for particular groups of people, or we might want particular routes that aren't considered to be profitable by the bus company, then that often falls to us to then step in and put resources in order to sort of do what we know is right by our residents. I think there is a legitimate question there about fairness and whether it's it's fair for authorities like us who, let's face it, are under significant, financial pressure in terms of resources and things to be doing that. So, I am interested in other models where you can take a bit more of a holistic view, and there are obviously plenty of those to look at, which who knows, we may well do in due course. Thanks.
Councillor Miller, and then I'll bring you back in, Councillor Mooton, before we close.
Thank you, Chair. I would like to echo Councillor Taylor's and Councillor Rokin's comments about the issues surrounding buses. However, I do also really want to commend Councillor Mooton for working within the constraints of the current system to achieve the addition of new bus routes that have really transformed bus travel in our ward, the ward we both represent, Goldsmith, and generally the work he's done within the constraints of the current system. So I think it does need to be recognised just how well you've been doing.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you for your comments. I think that's very helpful, and appreciate your recognition there, Councillor Miller. Councillor Taylor, Councillor Sankey, and Councillor Rokins, I think you echoed something very, something I'm passionate about. I'm passionate about trying to get the fares right so people can get on buses. I'd love to see a place where, a city where it was the first choice. You can bus our public transport. It's an obvious thing to do, and you just think, why would I even think of anything else? Particularly in station if it's a car, because the bus is the obvious thing. And yes, cycling, active travel within that mix, healthy city, very important. But and I want to reflect on perhaps what Councillor Taylor started, but others clearly echoed, and that is about governance. And I chair the Enhanced Partnership, where all our bus operators, and in fact, Brighton Area Bus Watch also come to, and the government has looked at the Enhanced Partnerships. We're set up under BSIP, and the Enhanced Partnership is the opportunity for to coordinate the different operators. But the government has now said from April is that these enhanced partnerships are to have a higher level of involvement, a higher level of governance around the bus operators. So we can step up our governance around this. And there are some options. You could do much more detailed around governance, but there are some other options. We can look at those other governance options that we have elsewhere. And I too tend to agree that in this case, our major bus operator, Brighton Hove Buses, which should do nearly all of our bus services, apart from a small number by Stagecoach, but notably the ones that we subsidise, we pay for, the ones that Compass, so they exempt from those because they don't want to spend the money because it doesn't make them any money. But the difficulty I sense from Councillor Rokin's comments is that they're creaming off millions of pounds. And that is going to their owners, which I believe are in Australia, and they're getting that. And that rather than that creamed off profit going all back into our bus service, we as a city, which notably as an authority, we pay quite a lot of money out of grant funding, etc., to keep that bus service going as it is. So they're taking that money and they're making profit, and their investors are taking dividend. And I think there is something to definitely review there, and I think we step out and say, is this the right formula? Does it work well for our city? We do have a good bus service, and we've got to credit the bus company for what they do achieve, and there's a lot of added value, particularly in terms of social value that they do deliver, and I do acknowledge that, but is this the right model for our city? And I think we've got to keep asking that question, and I will take these comments away today and see what we can do about evaluating whether that's right for the future. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Councillor Mootin. I think that's all the comments that we've got time for. I'm supportive of the sort of balancing approach that we're taking here in terms of spending some of this money on subsidising certain fares, spending some on looking at improvements to junctions and flow and accessibility, and then obviously also looking at particular routes that are much needed. As you've said, there will be more detail in due course about actually how we target the subsidy on fares. But I think the principles that you've outlined here today, looking to support our care leavers in our role as corporate parents, looking to focus on those that most need support with bus fares, including families, and putting a particular focus on schools and ensuring that people are able to get to schools are exactly the right things to be focusing on. Are Cabinet happy to agree the recommendations in the report? Agree. Thank you, colleagues. We now move on to our next substantive report today, which is community safety and crime reduction. And I'm pleased to introduce Councillor Cholek to introduce this report.
Good afternoon. So I'm here to present the Community Safety and Crime Reduction Strategy 2026 to 2029. This report seeks Cabinet approval and sets out the City's multi-agency approach to reducing crime, tackling harm, supporting victims and ultimately strengthening safety and cohesion across the City of Brighton and Hove. As stated in the report, this strategy has been shaped by the 2025 Strategic Assessment of Crime and Community Safety, extensive partnership input, online public consultation, the national policy and legislative changes, including the Crime and Policing Bill, and the evolving governance landscape, such as devolution proposals and local government reorganisation. As the context and background information outlines, this strategy seeks to outline Brighton and Hove's community safety partnership, statutory plan to reduce crime, disorder, antisocial behaviour, reoffending and risks to local communities. We adopted the nationally recognised process, including an evidence-led cycle of strategic assessment, followed by drafting consultation, revision, and then followed by community safety partnership approval. The assessment outlined a clear set of evidence-based recommendations and identified our priority themes. As the report itself details, the CSP facilitated a multi-agency workshop. I was fortunate enough to attend and have to commend all those in attendance. There was a remarkable breadth of knowledge in the room, and to see the positive reception to the strategy itself from those in attendance was valuable. The draft strategy was also open to the public through online consultation, with feedback ultimately reflected within the amended strategy prior to its presentation to the Community Safety Partnership Board for formal review. Ultimately, the strategy seeks to continue to address long-standing challenges such as poverty, housing insecurity, mental ill health and substance misuse, which have entrenched persistent patterns of vulnerability and intersecting risks across the city, while recognising emerging changes to national policy with regards to the community safety landscape and local government reorganisation and their subsequent impacts on relevant structures and resource. I believe a key area of recognition for the Community Safety Partnership is in its recognition that this strategy need be fluid so as to be flexible to forthcoming organisational shifts. A key theme that members may have picked up on is the significance placed upon community cohesion within this strategy. This comes following the Local Government Association's Common Ground guidance that has outlined a greater expectation upon local authorities to address polarisation. It also comes against the backdrop of global insecurity, where we have seen a growth in recorded hate incidents and a general elevation in community tensions. Feedback from the city's One Voice partnership has further highlighted first-hand accounts of anti-Semitism, Islamophobia, transphobia and misogyny as key issues affecting our residents. I'm sure we can all agree that this runs counter to the ethos of the city as a whole. Now, I've been impressed with the direction of travel in addressing these issues by the council thus far, but I think it is worth flagging to members that there's a much greater emphasis on these issues that is baked into this strategy. This stems not just against the aforementioned backdrop of instability, but also from a growing consensus that we have likely seen persistent underreporting and then therefore an underappreciation of the volume and nature of hate incidents in the city. You'll see in the strategy itself a commitment to increase awareness around what constitutes a hate incident or crime, alongside promotion of and relevant signposting to where individuals can report. We're retaining the 5 established strategy priority areas, which include serious violence, drugs and exploitation, domestic abuse, sexual violence and violence against women and girls, antisocial behaviour, hate incidents and hate crime, and prevent, which amounts to terrorism and extremism work. Our delivery model is centred on early intervention, evidence-led practice and prevention, and strong partnership coordination. If I just draw members' attention to section 5 in the report, it outlines the community engagement and consultation that has taken place. I'm particularly pleased to see an increase in the number of responses from our previous consultation. However, I think some learnings to take away is how we can increase that further still in the future. We know that the issues within this policy could reasonably be seen to affect all residents, so we'd like to get greater engagement in the future, I think. A key thing to highlight is that across all priority areas, respondents overwhelmingly agreed with the overall aims and plans. Understandably, there are some concerns around implementation, enforcement and resourcing, and I'd say that these are core themes that we really do need to be conscious of in implementing this policy over the next few years. You'll be able to see that the strategy is aligned to existing corporate priorities and managed within agreed financial resources. Equality implications are detailed in the Equality Impact Assessment that can be seen at Appendix 4. And with that, I'd just like to extend my thanks to Richard and all council colleagues who have worked on this strategy, as well as all stakeholders who have taken part throughout the process. Having been privy to some of the engagement throughout, there was a real sense of getting into the more gritty aspects of what comes with community safety and coming up with quite thoughtful, proactive responses to dealing with them. So with that, do I have any questions from members?
Thank you, Councillor Shellac. Any questions or comments from Cabinet on the community safety strategy? Councillor Daniel.
Well, first of all, I'd like to pay tribute to Councillor Cholak and the officers, Richard Tusa and the team, for putting this together and for engaging with so many people as they've done so, making sure that everyone's been aware of the consultation, been able to feed in. I think I just wanted to pull out the community cohesion aspect a little bit, Chair, and I know that this is something that you and I spend a lot of our time tackling and thinking about and trying to work on in the realm of civic leadership and support. When I reflect on the last 6 months, maybe even a bit longer, the common theme that I have come into contact with is whether it's trans, Jewish, Muslim or migrant, specifically women, normally women, are finding streets hostile, places of work hostile, places of worship at threat, accessing services difficult. And what's the cause of this? Is it anything that they have done? Not at all. Not at all. It's these online influencers and politicians who are cynically monetizing that division. There's a woman called Posey Parker who spends her entire life selling merch based on hating trans women and painting trans women as the threat to the rest of us, whilst also kind of putting in a bit of a pitch now against our rights to abortion and our rights to other healthcare. But that is not a statement of morals that is coming out from there. That is someone who makes a living from stoking that hatred. Whether it's, firmly held in her mind or not, I have no idea. All I do know for sure is money is being made out of that. There's other actors who are exploiting the personal tragedies, and both small and large-scale tragedies, whether that's war zones or whether that's murder or sexual assault on children. They're exploiting those tragedies not because they want a resolution or to prevent further tragedy, but for their own aims, which have nothing to do with the victims of those tragedies. They're not standing in any kind of solidarity. When people in their campaign groups are arrested for domestic abuse or child abuse, they don't decry them. They don't do all they can to clean their I call them movements. I can't think of a word that's appropriate for the gross level of gutter feeding that they do. But we cannot allow those people that revel in that filth and dirt and gutter kind of exploitation to continue to affect the lives of ordinary people in our city wanting to just go to and from work, wanting to live their life, wanting to be in school without their child, hearing racist stuff that's been said in their home because of something they saw on Facebook. Grow up, see these people for who they are. They're exploiting you, they're con artists. They're making money out of misery and they disgust me. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Daniel. That was incredibly powerful. Any other comments or questions on this strategy?
Just in response to Councillor Daniel's raises a very valid point, and it was remiss of me not to kind of highlight the fact that, you know, this, with regards to community cohesion, there is now a focus, more of a greater focus on those online harms, and I think it really goes into what is at the core of this model is a change in focus on prevention and intervention, you know, early intervention. As you say, a lot of this hatred is spewed online, and that's the starting point for a lot of this stuff. It's where we see people are radicalized. We can see it as quite a move and shaker in how people behave and conduct themselves in public spheres. You know, undeniably, social media is having a large impact on our youths and their engagement in violent or intimidatory behaviour, and I think it's quite telling that, you know, our colleagues in the community safety team are really grappling with what that looks like, constantly dedicated to learning more on it and kind of looking at training themselves and other stakeholders to be prepared for what that looks like and how it can impact our city. So yeah, you've touched on a very important point that I'm quite glad is well reflected in this strategy.
Thank you, Councillor Chorak. Any other comments or questions, Councillor Mootin?
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Councillor Chorak, and thank you, Councillor Daniel, for your very strong point there. And I want to highlight there are so many great people in this city, and I love this city for so many great reasons, and it's the people that live here. And there are some wonderful people who are determinedly trying to counter the negative. I spent yesterday at late afternoon in Lewis Road Bus Depot with the Citizens UK and representatives from Youth Council trying to think about how we can tackle a safety campaign on public transport. And it's coming from the youth. And they've got so many vibrant, passionate ideas about how to change behaviour on public transport. And absolutely awful stories of quite threatening behaviour towards young people, particularly women and girls on public transport. But and I just want to really, you know, thank you for bringing this paper today. There is a need to tackle this. And I think so easily online, some people think it's absolutely okay to just put vile abuse to another human being. Had they, but I very much doubt in so many cases would they say that thing to in person to somebody's face. I doubt it in so many cases, and it seems like a carte blanche for those individuals to just fire off something which is abusive and insulting and dangerous. And I think we do need to bring about culture. I highlighted how this city is full of some really wonderful people, and I think we can be a real bright light in this debate nationally to try and counter that and to really bring about the change that I think this city really wants to bring. We don't want this toxicity to infuse our communities and do the damage that it is designed, as Councillor Daniels described. People want to try and monetize and cause. And yeah, I just really want to just say thank you for bringing this paper. We need to tackle this at root, and this seems to be a really good strategy. So thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Mootin. Any other comments or questions? No, in which case it just leaves me to say that if we approve this strategy today, I think the next stage is for it to go to full council for approval and to approve the strategy, and then to delegate authority to the Corporate Director for Families, Children and Wellbeing with the Cabinet Member and Cabinet Advisor to be able to make any minor amendments in light of new legislation or governance. I think this has been a really worthwhile and important discussion. I really want to commend in particular Councillor Daniel for those comments, which I think were very important and important for the message to go out from this council, that we absolutely with our women residents, with our Jewish and Muslim residents, and with all migrants in the city who we know are feeling acutely the kind of toxicity and hatred that is being whipped up both online but also in person, and absolutely agree in terms of those accounts we are hearing, particularly from women from all backgrounds, to be honest, that they are at the sharp end of that rise in abuse and hostility, and that we must be tackling it and really focus on it. I'm pleased that I think this council has got ahead of the issue in terms of a number of measures and interventions already taken to put a particular focus on community cohesion, the work on anti-racism that has been ongoing for some time, but we must absolutely not be complacent. We know that there are some pretty dark forces out there, and I think you were completely right, Councillor Daniel, to highlight just how monetised that phenomena is. The amount of money that sits behind it, the amount of money that is made from it, and how it preys on people and preys on grievance. So I think this is a really good strategy. I think it's positive that we've got the flexibility to be able to adapt it as we move forward, because this is an area where the ground shifts. But I think it's got exactly the right approach and purpose behind it. Is Cabinet happy to agree the recommendations in the report? Agreed, thank you. Our next item is the Crisis and Resilience Fund. And following the declarations at the start of the meeting, Councillor Alexander and Councillor Daniel are now going to leave. I'm going to ask Councillor Taylor to introduce the report.
Thank you, Chair. And following the conversation we just had on a previous item about online hatred and in-person real-life hatred and community safety, I was reflecting that our job as progressive politicians, locally and nationally, is nothing short of trying to create a better and more harmonious society, a society where we get on together better and where we're more cohesive and where we're more equal. And that was obviously what we were talking about in the context of vile online and real life hatred. But we also have another scourge to tackle as a Labour Party and a progressive movement, and that's the affordability crisis in our society, and at the one extreme end, the extreme poverty that we still have in our society. And that is the historic and moral mission of the Labour Party. And my call to government is always that we've got to focus on that as one of our core objectives. And in looking at this report today, they are doing that, and they are giving us funding to do exactly that. This report is really about how we're going to support residents through financial crisis, but importantly, it's also about how we prevent them getting to that crisis in the first place. From April, the Crisis and Resilience Fund will replace the Household Support Fund and discretionary housing payments, bringing together those strands into a single, more coherent approach. This is obviously about how we deliver within our overall council plan objective of a fair and inclusive city during the ongoing cost of living pressures that are faced by many. So I just want to talk about what's different about the Crisis and Resilience Fund. This fund is not just about emergency relief, and while crisis support remains an essential part of this fund, it's explicitly designed to build longer-term financial resilience so households are less likely to return to crisis. It's talking about linking emergency help for advice, support and referral, rather than treating each crisis in isolation. Importantly, this funding is now confirmed on a medium-term basis. The previous approach for Household Support Fund was only confirmed, close to settlement each year. Council didn't know what they were going to get or whether they were going to get anything. This is now moving to a more permanent fund, which is not necessarily acknowledgement that the levels of poverty will exist forever, but it is an acknowledgement that actually councils are well placed to help and target support to their local residents in a really effective way. So I do genuinely want to thank the government for making this a permanent fund that local authorities have access to. The fund, Crisis Resilience Fund, has 4 key areas: crisis payments for one-off help, such as food, utilities and basic household incomes; housing payments, effectively replacing the previous discretionary housing payments; resilience services, which are usually around advice and support to help people stabilise their finances; and then community coordination, working with local partners and food projects to deliver what residents need and quickly. And as the government says, this is about recognising that financial hardship rarely is a single cause, but does need join-up responses to be effective. What we're being asked to approve is allocations for the first of 3-year overall scheme. So as I said, we've got 3 years of confirmed funding, but the proposal is to only approve at this point allocations for the first year. And that is about really, one, taking all the lessons that we've previously learned for similar schemes and similar levels of funding, but also giving us a chance to have 1 year under the new fund, test out and understand what happens and give us the flexibility to change things as they evolve. A key aspect of the proposal will be a focus on prevention. When residents receive crisis support, they'll also be signposted or referred to other services to try and prevent repeat emergencies. And clearly this is important not just financially, but for sort of the health and well-being of residents, because we know that poverty and debt and getting into crisis is closely linked to poor health outcomes. The fund will support work to tackle inequality and food insecurity across the city, and it aligns with our wider work in the already published Cost of Living Action Plan. This is about trying to ensure that support reaches those who need it most in ways that are accessible, dignified and effective. What we're proposing in the report allows us to move smoothly from the current Household Support Fund into the new Crisis Resilience Fund, whilst retaining and implementing the learning that we've built up as a city and as a council. It provides certainty to delivery partners, and it will ensure residents continue to get support without disruption by moving between systems. And as I say, approving these allocations in the way proposed gives us the flexibility to learn and tweak delivery as we go. So in conclusion, the report, in my view, strikes the right balance between immediate help and longer-term resilience and support. It reflects what residents and partners have told us they think need to happen, and I ask Cabinet to support it. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Councillor Taylor. That was really clear, and really pleased to see this report coming forward for all the reasons that you had said. Any comments or questions, or are Cabinet happy to agree the recommendations in the report? Agreed. Fantastic, thank you. Our next item today is...
Yeah, should we get them?
Oh yes, thanks Liz. Thank you both. Okay, our next item is our Best Start in Life strategic plan for 26 to 29. And Councillor Daniel, could you please introduce this?
I never get tired of the good news that this Labour government provides my brief with in terms of investment. This is £2 million to expand our current family hub service using Best Start in Life funding from the government. The government's aims are to reduce inequalities and boost outcomes. and to expand childcare access so that families are, and I know they already are, taking up the transformative 30 hours of free childcare from 9 months old, which would have been transformative for me, I know. I'm so glad that that's in place. It's a saving to them of around £7,500 per year, and it's accessed by all families earning under £100,000 per year, which is most of the people I know, honestly. So, yeah, that's fantastic. Our local plan has been developed with families who love our services. They tell us they're great services, they want more of them. So it builds on the areas of strength we have in the city, and in some areas of child support and outcomes, we are actually achieving higher than national averages, such as around feeding infants and some other areas. But this plan has a laser focus on the area that we aren't meeting national averages. And not only are we not meeting national averages, but the Labour government doesn't think the national average is good enough, and I agree with them, which is around a sort of measure that happens at reception, which is before year 1 in school, which is the area of good level of development for children who are eligible for free school meals. So my colleague, Councillor Taylor, won't be surprised as we work together strongly on the area of attainment in schools and fairness for poorer children, and our shared mission around the social mobility of those children, that this is an area that not only did the government want us to do better on, but we're absolutely determined to do better on. So we will focus on those speech and language and communication interventions, providing families with well-evidenced and accessible services. So this plan and our Labour investment ties in with our SEND planning and our determination to improve school mobility from our award-winning free school meals criteria all the way through. We're determined to do better. Labour government voted yesterday to remove the 2-child limit, which is likely to raise 1,000 children in the city out of poverty. And for a single parent of 3 children, for example, that would be an extra £300 a month. So it's incredibly significant, and exactly the kind of Labour Party that I recognise and that I have always been motivated to be a part of. Labour is also investing nationally £4 billion of additional funding into SEND, and that very much links up with this Best Start in Life strategy, because we know that we're spending a lot of money on SEND too late in the day for children. So the money we're spending isn't having the outcomes you'd want to see, because the best place to put that money is before the child even starts school. So that will be other investment that we will be putting in at that very front end alongside this Best Start money. Labour has also invested in youth services in the city via our Young Futures pilot. And so I feel absolutely supported by a Labour government doing exactly what I would say the Labour Party is for, and it is undoing the outrageous neglect of children and young people inflicted by the Tories over the last decade and a half. Over the last few years, I've seen across the media various voices, and it's just become a really persistent buzz, bemoaning lazy parents whose children aren't ready for school, and sort of sneering at young people struggling with their mental health as sort of coddled or spoiled. And I believe that that narrative is, I'm going to use this word rather than the word I would use in real life, hogwash. Children and young people and their families have faced increased poverty, decreased access to NHS services, whether that's GPs, mental health services, or importantly in the city, dentists. The Tories dismantled Sure Start, which was evidence-based and increased attainment at GCSEs and increased health outcomes for children when it was in place. They presided over a real decrease in living standards. And just on practical level, parents waiting in pain for routine operations for years on end has an impact on their ability to parent their children. And so for the families in the city, I recognise that being born and educated through a pandemic, far from being coddled or lazy, you have been heroic. And it is just about time that we do invest in the support that you deserve to succeed. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Councillor Daniel. Councillor Taylor.
Well, that was a very good presentation. I agree with every word. And it was good that Councillor Daniel mentioned the vote recently on the two-child benefit cap. Another vote that recently happened was on extending free school meals to children, where 500,000 more children will benefit from free school meals, so they get a good level of nutrition and supporting their overall education and development. We posted this on our Labour Facebook group, actually, promoting it, and it got loads and loads of likes, but it also obviously caught the algorithm and got an avalanche of responses from people with reform in their profile pictures, saying all sorts of things like, you shouldn't have them if you can't feed them, why are we giving out our money to feed these kids, that's the job of the parents, etc., 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 which is interesting because previously, not long ago, the National Reform leadership made a big splash about how they were going to be pro-family and how they were going to support families and support people to have children to bring up the birth rate. Well, that's pretty interesting, isn't it? Because actually, it seems they have no real interest at all in supporting working families. And while we're on the topic of dinners, we're talking about free school dinners, there's some other dinners that I believe are going to be going on in this city in the coming months, and the press might be interested in this. I understand there's going to be a Reform Party fundraising dinner in the city at one of our premier hotels on the seafront, and the dinners there won't be free. They'll be £150 plus per ticket for some of the richest business people in the city and the county to come and raise money for. So you've got two quite different visions there. You've got £150 dinners in a posh hotel with champagne to raise money for a group of people and a party already run by multimillionaires. Or you've got a Labour vision where we give free school dinners to hard-working families. I know which one I'm backing.
Thank you very much, Councillor Taylor. Any other comments or questions? Councillor Miller.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, I just want to echo my colleagues' comments about how brilliant these Labour policies are. One of the things that people talk about when they say, oh, they should be planning ahead, and so many people are one family disaster, an illness, a disability away from suddenly not being financially valuable. All it takes is a sudden illness, and that two-income household may actually go down to a no-income household because one parent is caring for the other. And that is a family that's done everything right, and yet we are meant to condemn them for the fact that they have been misfortunate. It's absolutely essential that we provide that safety net so that every child has a great start in life, no matter what happens to their parents and what may go wrong in their families' lives. I'm really proud to be part of a party and an administration that is doing the right thing for families and for children in our city.
Thanks, Councillor Miller. Any other comments or questions? Councillor Williams.
Thank you, Chair, and yes, I very much welcome this because I am a ward councillor from a ward that's one of the most deprived wards in England, as we know, and there are many such families. And, I'm really pleased that this is supporting all families in need. We shouldn't be questioning why or wherefores, just that, do you need it? Yes, there it is. And I really like the idea that the whole family is being supported here rather than just the child at school. And that's really, really important. So I welcome this. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Williams. Councillor Allen.
Thank you, Chair. And I agree with all of my colleagues that after a decade and a half of slash and burn, we're rebuilding our welfare state, and rebuilding it for children, I think, has some of the highest payoffs for society generally. What brought me into politics, one of the reasons I'm sitting at this table right now, is my family's background being foster carers and looking after neglected children from our city. And so things like the decimation of Sure Start and now our reinvestment in family hubs, which this strategic plan lists all the fantastic things family hubs in our city do for families, you know, as Councillor Miller said, makes me really proud to be part of this administration, and I really welcome Councillor Daniel expanding on how this strategic vision, and it's a vision that's very well articulated, will benefit children in care specifically. It's something we as an administration acted on pretty quickly when we took over in 2023 to make a distinguished effort to reduce the statistical disadvantages that children in care face. And so, yeah, I'd welcome her drawing that out a bit. But yeah, this is a fantastic document, and I think will really go far. I visited last Thursday, it was about this time last Thursday, the family hub in Hollingdean with the two ward councillors there, Councillor Azaduzaman and Councillor Fowler, and it's exactly the kind of thing we should be investing in and that we are investing in.
Thank you, Councillor Allen. Any other comments or questions on the Best Start strategy?
Chair, should I just respond to the question that Jacob Allen wrote? Thanks, Councillor Allen. Thank you to you and your family, because I know it was a whole family endeavour being a foster family, in fact, for everything that you've done and for bringing that perspective in to every kind of policy environment that we have, budget setting environment. I think that's the benefit of democracy and attracting a wide range of people into public life in the city, is that you do get those real lived experiences and points of view that are so valuable. Specifically, this does apply to children in care. So all children, including children in care, have access to the Best Start interventions. And just to add on to that, just for reassurance for yourself and anyone else interested in those specific children, they do have their 6 monthly health assessments, and those health assessments would form the basis of any interventions that were offered within that.
Councillor Daniel, any other comments or questions? No, in which case, I'm really pleased to see this coming forward. As others have said, this is a key component, I think, of the Labour Party's vision for transforming outcomes, particularly for children from more deprived backgrounds. I think it is a national scandal that we even have two sets of targets. That is admitting right there that it is, and it has forever been the case, that the circumstances that you're born into are one of the biggest determiners of your outcomes, and that is something we should never, ever settle for. As Councillor Taylor says, the mission of the Labour Party is to eradicate the scourge of poverty and all of the trauma that it brings. And so I'm really pleased to see such a clear focus on particularly early years. We know from evidence that the earlier the intervention and the more significant the intervention, the less there is a disparity in terms of development and outcomes. So I'm really pleased to see this. And I think Councillor Daniel also absolutely right to highlight the importance of childcare provision. I certainly know from my own experience of having two children in childcare provision, sort of preschool, the absolutely devastating effect that can have on family finances. In my own situation, it actually cost us for my husband to stay in work because the cost of that childcare provision was more than his take-home salary. We decided to reach a compromise and put them in part-time just because it's actually good for their own development, and that's really clear. But it actually cost us financially to do so, and it doesn't make sense for a lot of families. I think there are so many benefits from supporting families to access high quality childcare, both in terms of child development, family finances, but also economic growth as well. So a really good policy, and really pleased to see us supporting its implementation. Is Cabinet happy to agree the recommendations in this report? Agreed. Thank you, colleagues. We move on now to our next substantive report on this significant agenda this afternoon, which is planned maintenance, budget and asset management and our education capital resources and investment plan. Councillor Taylor, this is one of yours.
Yes, and if that scintillating title doesn't wake up the press gallery and officers at the back of the room, then nothing will. But beyond that fascinating title is a very important report, because the report is about looking after our buildings and our assets, and it's about ensuring that they remain safe, compliant and fit for purpose. This report covers schools, civic and operational buildings and facilities used by some of our most vulnerable residents. I think it's important to say that good asset management isn't optional. It's core to what we do as a council, and it's core to service delivery. So what is Cabinet being asked to do in this report? We're noting the level of available education capital resources, which is 3.305 million for 26-27. We're being asked to approve the annual plan maintenance programme, which has an estimated cost of 4.309 million, and also approve the asset management fund allocations of £1 million. Just to go through that a little bit, planned maintenance budget is about protecting our core assets and buildings as a council, and it funds essential repair and replacement works across our civic offices, our historic and operational buildings, commercial and environmental assets, and social care settings. The rough breakdown is 4.09 million for most of our corporate buildings, and then £500,000 for social care planned works. And obviously this is important because it tries to prevent costly emergency repairs arising throughout the year. There's also the asset management fund, as I said, that provides an additional £1 million for property improvements and addressing known risks and compliance issues. And then lastly, obviously, the educational capital element of £3.305 million. I mean, just to give a sense of the education capital piece, it's a really important part of the overall administration of our schools and our school estate is this funding that we allocate. I mean, just to draw out some examples, Mile Oak Primary School replacing some asbestos ceilings that have been discovered, which is obviously key for health and safety. Blatchington Mill doing some structural glazing work and replacement of glazing on the staircase. Roof covering replacement at Long Hill, doing some stonework, roof and chimney repairs, replacing external panel systems. St Luke's Primary, replacing a curtain walling and some structural glazing. Bevending Primary School, which I visited the other day and saw indeed the exact repairs they're going to be doing to some external cladding to help with insulation of a rather cold 1950s hall, which is also important, and Queen's Park replacing some roofing issues. These are just some examples to draw out. I think it's very important to say that as an administration, we're a very politically driven administration, and we have lots of things that we directly influence and policy we set. In this example, these repairs and our capital maintenance works are largely not driven by policy. In fact, they're not at all. They're driven obviously by professional assessments of what is needed to support our overall state, to prevent future issues and to ensure compliance. Just to conclude, this report is obviously about our responsible stewardship of public assets. It's about prioritising safety, compliance and value for money, and it ensures that our buildings continue to support frontline services, education and care in the city, and I would ask Cabinet to support.
Thank you, Councillor Taylor. Councillor Allen.
Thank you, Chair. Councillor Taylor has introduced this report very articulately. When I said under my breath just now, I have a lot to say on this, Councillor Alexander started laughing. But and also Councillor Taylor, he just said, this is not politically driven. I think that the removal of Japanese knotweed at the Tana Family Hub says a lot about our commitment to both children's services and our environment. We're making a good place for children's services alongside something which is environmentally sound and not being strangled by invasive species and will have to be knocked down because of how terrible Japanese knotweed is. But I mean, once you start driving through a lot of the list of investment, millions of pounds worth of investments across our schools, across our adult social care portfolio of locations, and across our operational buildings, including the one we're in now at Hove Town Hall, it's really, really quite impressive. So, the tens of thousands of pounds across our schools, Bevending Primary, Blatchington Mill, Brackenbury Primary, Connaught Road, Downs Infants, Downs Juniors, Downsby School, Fairlight Primary, Long Hill High School, Peter Gladwin, Roger Kipling, Saltdean, St Luke's, Tarner Nursery, Blackington Mill, Colding Primary, Hove Park, Queen's Park, Hill Park, Upper and Lower, and Mile Oak. And then we've got the family hubs, Whitehawk, Southport Slade, Moulscombe, Hollingdean and Hangleton, Craven Vale Reablement, Island Lodge Dementia Home, and, what have we got here? We've got Hove Town Hall, accessibility improvements, better ramps, better lifts, Port Slade Town Hall, front entrance accessibility improvements. This is really something I think we should be proud about. It's not just a run-of-the-mill thing. This is actively being fed into by our values of equality and accessibility and having good services for the people across our city. And with that, I will get off my soapbox.
Thank you, Councillor Allen. I completely agree with you about our values and this subject. I remember the bad old days when we had a Conservative government in the 1980s and a Conservative-run council, and my friends at Stanford were sat in hard hats in their classrooms because of the risk of ceilings and things falling down on their heads. So this is very political, and I think it's really good to see this report coming forward. Do we have any other comments or questions from Cabinet members? Councillor Robertson.
Thank you, Chair. Just a quick one. I'm really pleased to see on the list is the Peter Gladwin School, Councillor Rokins, where we're replacing a roof, so that will make that school nice and toasty for you when we're installing air source heat pumps, aren't we? They're already, and have we got PV panels on the roof as well? Yeah. Wow, that school's going to be, would they be spending any money on their energy at all with their new roof? So, great, thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Robinson. Cabinet happy to agree the recommendations in the report? Agreed. Thank you, colleagues. Okay, our next report this afternoon is Pride in Place, and I am going to introduce this report shortly. This is a really exciting report to bring forward today, and I'd like to pay tribute to officers that have been working on this report and getting this plan up and running. I'd also like to pay tribute to our Labour government, which has made available £20 million over 10 years through their landmark Pride in Place programme to the Whitehawk area. The programme was launched by the Prime Minister last September, I believe, as part of a long-term investment, so over 10 years, designed to support communities to shape their own future. And it has been particularly targeted towards those communities that have historically been, I would argue, underfunded and under-supported by the state. This is a programme backed by national government, but it's important to be really clear that the intention is for this to be driven by local people. We want to ensure that the way this funding is spent reflects the lived experience and ambitions of those who know Whitehawk best. The funding decisions will be led locally with residents, community groups and businesses working together to set priorities. This investment can support what matters most to the very special community in Whitehawk, which is a very strong community. And this can include everything from improvements to infrastructure to investing in culture, opportunities and green spaces. And there is a split with how this funding will be apportioned between capital and revenue, which means it can fund physical things, but also provide revenue funding for sort of programmes, for classes, for other things as well. I think it's important that it's a 10-year commitment, which is intended to give some stability to the programme and long-term certainty rather than a sort of one-off piece of funding. It's also intended, and the reason that Whitehawk has been selected, to tackle deep-rooted barriers to opportunity and deliver meaningful change. The Council is committed to working with partners to ensure the funding reaches the areas and projects that residents tell us will make the biggest difference. It's important to be clear that the purpose of today's report is about officially signalling our support and welcome for this funding. It's not intended today to approve a detailed regeneration plan. In fact, we are currently in the process of seeking to appoint what will be a chair of a neighbourhood board. The neighbourhood board will be critical in ensuring that it is local people that are shaping the decisions around spending for this money. And once we have a chair in place to chair this board, we will then set about the process of appointing, supporting the chair to appoint members to the board. The government's also been clear that they want locally elected representatives to sit on the board, so it will also have the local MP, Labour MP Chris Ward, as well as local Labour councillors Jill Williams and David McGregor to sit on this board in line with the government's thinking. So just to recap in terms of the recommendations that were being asked to agree today, first is that the Cabinet accepts the Pride in Place funding award by the Ministry of Housing, Communities and Local Government, that Cabinet agrees that the Council should provide support to the Pride in Place programme in the terms that have been specified by MHCLG, including acting as the board's accountable body in accordance with the obligations and requirements of the programme, that the Cabinet delegates authority to the Council's Section 151 officer in liaison with myself to take all necessary actions to support the establishment of this neighbourhood board, including appropriate governance arrangements, and to oversee the administration of all Pride in Place grant funding received by MHCLG. The Cabinet notes the intention for the ward councillors for Whitehawk to be appointed by full council at its AGM this May as members of the board, and that we take further note that a further report will come to Cabinet in January 27, so January next year, to update on progress and the governance and administrative arrangements. Any comments or questions from colleagues? Councillor Williams.
Yeah, thank you, Chair, and it's no surprise as councillor for this ward that I'm absolutely over the moon that this community has been awarded this money. And quite frankly, can't wait to help them spend it. I'm sure that this is a strong community, as you say, and you know Whitehawk has in the past faced some very substantial barriers, and I hope this money will help them face those barriers and overcome them. And I really hope this money really adds value to that community because they absolutely deserve it. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Williams. Any other comments or questions from colleagues? No, in which case the Cabinet happy to agree the recommendations in the report? Agreed, thank you. Our next report this evening, is it already this evening, nearly, is the Affordable Housing Planning Advice Note, and I've got Councillor Taylor for this one.
Okay, fourth out of five to come from me, but let's go to Affordable Housing Planning Advice Note, as you say. So just the bit of the context is policy on affordable housing. And what we're talking about here is policy on affordable housing when we have a development coming through the planning process. This is somewhat separate to the council delivering affordable and social housing, because when the council does its own social housing, it either does 100% social housing or it does a joint venture where it's some mixture of half and half, or it might buy a unit. So this is about other developments coming in, what the policy is on affordable housing. And the policy, we have to be clear, is set out in City Plan Part 1, and that's not changing, and we're not talking about that today. The policy sets out that of sites of more than 15 dwellings, there should be 40% affordable housing. For sites of 10 to 14, it should be 30% or an equivalent financial contribution. And the sites of 5 to 9, it should be 20% affordable housing or a financial contribution. But the policy also says that the exact tenure split on each site should be informed by up-to-date assessments of local housing need and individual site and or neighbourhood characteristics. So you've got the policy that sets out the percentages, and then it says the actual tenure within those percentages need to be determined in other places and by other assessments. Our current guidance is set out in the Affordable Housing Brief that was published in 2021. In that, it sought a tenure split of 55% affordable rent, 25% first homes and 20% other forms of affordable home ownership, which is usually shared ownership as we know it. As I say, that's from 2021 and doesn't reflect an up-to-date assessment of local housing needs or national planning policy. And it's worth noting that national planning policy has removed the requirement for 25% first homes. I think the starting point as to why we've been looking at this at all is to say and be realistic that really, first homes, while that is an important part of society and our overall housing system, for most people, first homes in this city is not affordable housing by almost any definition, because house prices are high, and really you can only afford a first home with a sort of middle income to upper income. It's very, very difficult to afford a first home on a low income. Equally, shared ownership, I think we have increasingly found there are problems with shared ownership. This is not to say that shared ownership doesn't work in any circumstances. We know it does. But I'm working on a live case in my ward where a number of residents, we're talking hundreds in relatively new blocks, are facing absolutely stratospheric raises in their service charge in the new financial year. I mean, we're talking about going from £200 a month to £500 a month in service charge. That is not affordable housing. There is nobody on a lower to low middle income that can afford those level of rises that are sometimes present in shared ownership. Further, our own strategic housing market assessment noted the needs and the priorities of the city, and it very much concluded that affordable rented is really the priority in this city and what will help with overall affordability. The planning advisory note that we've got, planning advice note, has been out to consultation with the sector, registered providers, developers and planning agents, and there was some feedback, there was some concern about the proposal in terms of whether that would squeeze viability, but then there was also some support. So what is the planning advice note that we'll be publishing? It is now to normally seek 100% affordable housing via affordable rent through any Section 106 agreements and planning conditions. Affordable home ownership still exists as a thing, and it may still be delivered through our own joint venture and other places, but our priority through guidance is where we've got affordable housing, it should be affordable rented. And then, of course, best of all, or best possible, would be social rented. So that's what this planning advice note says. I think it'd be a good thing for the city, and I would ask Cabinet to support it.
Thanks, Councillor Taylor. Comments, questions, Councillor Roken.
Thanks, Jane. Yeah, just sort of semi-anecdotally, I suppose. I think, on the issue of first-time buyers, first home owners, that is out of step. I mean, the last time I looked at the numbers, which was only a few months ago, who knows, it might have changed since then, the average house price per purchase cost was about £428,000, and the median income was about £33,000. And obviously that is very, very big difference. So that is, unattainable as a starting point for a lot of people. The other sort of secondary layer to this, with affordability of people getting onto the property ladder, is that you've got very, very high cost of purchase. But if you assume that in the intervening years, people, young couples, young families and everything are in the private rental sector. The private rental sector is absolutely exorbitant as well. And actually, I've made this point before, you actually have to save for a deposit to rent a house now, let alone saving for a deposit to buy a house. So I think trying to find ways to carve out headroom in the rent that people are paying does have the potential actually to give people a fighting chance of, squirreling away a deposit and eventually potentially being able to buy a house further down the line. So I think it makes a lot of sense, and it looks like there's a good deal of data to back that up. So thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Rokins. Councillor Robbins.
I should be very quick, but just to emphasise what Councillor Taylor says about part ownership and part rent. The other difficulty with that is I think we've all got these problems in wards. I know in Portslade we've certainly got them in Wellington Road, some of the houses. And what adds to the problem is that before you can enter into one of these, you have to max yourself right out. You have to borrow as much as you possibly can to rent part of it. So you're already stretched before you take this on. After a year, the service charge kicks in, massively jumps up, and so what was a struggle anyway becomes an impossibility.
Thanks, Councillor Robbins. Any other comments or questions? No, in which case our Cabinet happy to approve the recommendations. Agreed. Agreed. Thank you, colleagues. That brings us to our next report, which is the annual procurement forward plan. I've got Councillor Taylor down for this, but I think actually this is Councillor Robinson who is introducing this report.
So I'll just very briefly hand over straight to Councillor Robinson, who's obviously our Cabinet Advisor, our brilliant Cabinet Advisor on procurement and contract management. And what the report is about is our forward plan for anything exceeding £1 million. But I will turn over to Councillor Robinson to take us through it.
Thank you, Councillor Taylor. So, and Chair. So the Council commissions goods and services externally with an annual value exceeding 300 million. And this procurement forward plan, as appended in Appendix 1, is requesting approval to enter into contracts with a total value of more than 400 million over the life of those projects listed. It's therefore essential to have a robust decision-making procedures and effective oversight of procurement projects to ensure compliance and legal requirement and procurement regulations. This helps to prevent anti-competitive behaviour, mitigate the risks of litigation and avoid potential penalties. It also enables the Council to meet its best value duty by conducting competitive procurement processes that deliver value for money, whilst also considering other important factors such as quality, social value and environmental sustainability. So, corporate directors are responsible for ensuring procurement activity is undertaken within the Council's existing budget envelopes, and decisions are made in line with the Council's contract standing orders and financial regulations. The contract standing orders were updated last year in line with the new Procurement Act. This is the second year of this new process as required under PR 23, Procurement Act 2023, as was updated last year. So there's some important things about this. It helps the authority to be much more efficient in their use of officer time, and there's, as highlighted from page 419, again, repeating about the officer time. Oh, sorry, I've lost my place. Cabinet members have the opportunity to decide how much input or involvement they require during the procurement process. For a simple re-procurement, for example, or a basic business as usual scheme, members may be satisfied for officers to proceed without further briefing. The other extreme case would be for a scheme to come back to Cabinet for approval during its life cycle, which is the case with some schemes such as the King Alfred development. Under the old committee system, every procurement over 1 million would have required approval via the relevant committee. But that was just the okay to spend, i.e. the start of the procurement process. There was no formal process for those committee members who are now our Cabinet chairs to input into the scope of work. So this new process is much better for this administration to have greater involvement in the setting of the scope of works. In any case, all procurements above 500,000 come across the desk of the procurement advisor, myself. So, nearly done, because it's been a long evening, hasn't it? Other advantages of this process is that if facilities better resource planning within the procurement team, but much more importantly than that, team, is that allows for greater transparency and, very importantly, for suppliers, especially SMEs and voluntary organisations. The process gives them a forward look into the tenders that are going to be published for the next 18 or 20 months. So they can kind of look out for the adverts that come out in the system called Intend, and can even staff up with new teams to help them respond to the tender opportunities. So I know a lot of work goes into putting this together across all of the directorates and the procurement team. So I'd like to say thank you to all of them and the Cabinet members who had an input. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Robinson, and really good to see this come to us today, a more joined up and strategic approach to procurement. Any comments or questions from members on this report? Councillor Rokins.
Thanks, Chair. Just a very brief one. Obviously, this is not the first time this has come to Cabinet now, but just to reflect, I think that shifting to this approach has been a really, really positive thing for not just for us as an administration to have oversight and to have that level of transparency, but in terms of for residents as well and the delivery. The council delivers a lot of services itself, but a lot of what it does is done by contractors, and we need to be satisfied that we're getting A, good value for money for those contracts, and B, that the work being done through those contracts is of a standard and is being managed and all of that kind of thing. So I think it's really positive. And then on top of that, of course, we talk a lot about always wanting small, SMEs and particularly local and regional contractors to get these contracts. It is not always easy because they don't have the same resources to be, scouring and putting in tenders at short notice. So I think giving them that longer term look, I think is going to be really good for the sort of local and regional economy. I'd be really interested at some point, I don't know if we have any indication of it yet, but whether or not we've got any data that suggests we're getting better uptake or better participation and bids from those SMEs and those local contracts. It might be too soon to say, but it'd be very interesting to see if that is actually happening.
Councillor Robinson. Okay, Councillor Allen.
Thank you, Chair. And when I say this, I cast no aspersions on my Cabinet colleagues, but the taxpayers of Brighton and Hove have no greater friend than Councillor Robinson in her relentless drive not only to get best value for money in terms of pounds, shillings and pence, but also in social value, which is harder to quantify, but is still an important part of a lot of the contracts our local authority goes into. I think contract management from a customer service perspective is something that needed a fair few deep dives. When we took over, we weren't happy with the situation we inherited. I think since moving to a cabinet model of local authority governance and creating a distinct post for contract management and procurement, the fruits are coming to bear, especially with the new framework we're looking at. So I can't commend enough Councillor Robinson's work on this. It never fails to impress me.
Thank you, Councillor Allen. Councillor Robinson, did you want to respond to any of that, including the praise?
Thank you very much, Councillor Allen. The pint's on me. And to Councillor Rokins, yes, it probably is a little bit early for that, and we're continuing with the new procurement regulations. There's some quite sort of nuanced differences in them, and how much you can, how work can be directed towards local SMEs. There's some nuance to it, which is better, much better, but it's understanding that nuance and actually implementing it. Thank you.
Councillor Mooton.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Councillor Robinson. I just echo some of those comments, particularly from Councillor Allen, how incredibly, what a great friend you are to this city. And I just want to say how much things have changed in the time that we came in 2023. And I'll give an example of something that hasn't gone so well, which is an understatement of the day, probably. and that is the VIX contract, the contract we have with VIX to upgrade our real-time information boards. And you described how the due process previously under committee system was a committee would then initiate it, but it wouldn't be necessarily a due process. And this week we came in at a time when that happened. So the committee, Environment, Transport, Sustainability Committee, had passed to go forward with the procurement process in November 2022, and so it was proceeded in March 23 and into May 23. You're absolutely right. That process wasn't really a proper oversight within that committee structure. And you referenced the Procurement Act 2023, which came into effect February 25. And within the context of real-time information board contract, we realised there was a lot going wrong last year. We had to really sort it out. We put a dedicated officer onto that project to real nail the problems, iron out the problems. It's a joint piece of work with East Sussex County Council as well, and we are sorting it out. But in retrospect, I think having your due diligence over this procurement process would have spotted some of the risks and and perhaps we would have done that differently in hindsight. So I just want to say, by using that example, we can actually make sure we learn from that and apply your real thoroughness that you're bringing into the procurement process to ensure that we have a better safeguards in the future. Thank you.
Councillor Williams.
I'll be brief because I just want to say thank you, because I know firsthand how much work goes into this, and I know how much I rely on Councillor Robertson's expertise. We're a bit too much really, but you know, she's the expert, and I just have you by your word, don't I? But thank you so much for all your efforts into this.
Thank you all. Cabinet happy to agree these recommendations? Brilliant. That brings us on to what I think is our final report, which is the Large Panel Systems report, and we have got Councillor Williams here to introduce his report.
Okay, thank you, Chair. And I realise this has been quite a long session, and this is the last paper. But it's a very important paper, a really important paper. But before I begin, I just want to remind people about the folks that are living in these blocks. So I want the Cabinet, if it's okay, to join me in paying tribute to the residents. Over 500 households were affected, as we know, on the future of these 8 blocks that we're considering today. And it really can't be underestimated how distressing and worrying it is to be uprooted from your home, because this is what is happening, even though it's unavoidable and we have to just get through it best we can, but this is what is happening. And I've witnessed, you know, firsthand how the residents are dealing with this. And there is much sadness, there really is, because people have been there for a couple of generations. It's so sad. But there is also so much resilience and fortitude. It's actually quite humbling. And I really want us to recognise this with these residents. And even better that they're getting their hands on some of this Pride in Place money for the future of Whitehawk. So if you'll accept that, I would join me in paying tribute to those residents, because although we talk about it, they're the ones that are enduring this on a daily basis, and the best we can do for them, they're still enduring something even though we're doing our best. So I hope that's okay to take that minute. I'll now get back to business. So with the future of those residents in mind, the Cabinet today is asked to support the recommendations for the next steps of these 8 blocks. And I'll be as quick as possible here, but there is a fair bit. So in summary, the Cabinet is asked to approve the taking forward option to demolish and replace those blocks across the 3 sites and to progress regeneration proposals to deliver new, more and much better homes to meet the city's needs. So there is a light at the end of this tunnel, but it's a long way off yet. So we need to authorise the service of an initial demolition notice for the blocks. Now, this is not going to happen straight away. That's a strong word. They last for 7 years, and we anticipate to be demolishing over a 5-year period, so it's quite a slow process. We were asking you to approve the rehousing policy and the local lettings plan for these blocks, as all of these people are going to be rehoused by us. That if you have a tenancy, that tenancy stays with you. And the changes we've made to make that as fair as we possibly can in the circumstances. We also ask you to agree with delegating authority to the corporate director to engage with leaseholders where the properties were originally bought under the right to buy. And we're going to be buying those back from those leaseholders. And again, we want to be as fair as possible to those leaseholders because some will be losing out. We want to make sure they're getting a good price for it because they're going to have to buy somewhere else to live. And something I'm quite excited about is to approve the launch of our pilot home ownership pact. And this is for the eligible tenants, people who may have qualified for the right to buy in those blocks. And we're going to be in the position of offering them, should they wish to, a grant to allow them to put a deposit down on a private home anywhere they want to, if they can get a mortgage and they're happy to do so. So this is really circumventing that right to buy issue that we have, but it's also giving over, they deserve it first, so they're the pilot, so they're getting the chance first. Those residents have an extra choice, and I think they deserve that extra choice. So I'm really pleased to introduce that. And if it works, we might even spread it further across the city. So there's a little bit more to it that you can read up for yourselves, but generally speaking, these are the main parts of the ask today. And Darren is with us today if you need to ask any technical questions, because he knows this upside down, back to front, inside out, every single part of it. So please do ask questions if you wish.
Councillor Mootin.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Councillor Williams, for your overview of this. I wish to raise a few points and really highlight the value of these communities, the concern that residents do have in these blocks, and I think this is very disruptive concern. So I'm going to highlight this in my point. So it's very important that due care and attention to the process is given to residents and the community at the forefront, and this is welcomed. I know, Councillor Williams, you're focused on the importance of bringing residents' voices clearly into this decision process, and I understand residents need adequate time to prepare for such a significant upheaval. I understand many do not want to be rushed or placed under unnecessary pressure as plans progress. They also expect fair and practical support with moving logistics and expenses as appropriate when the time comes, and not just verbal promises, but clear commitments. And I think it should be, and I think you have acknowledged the mental, emotional and physical strain that this uncertainty may cause for some, through no fault of the residents themselves. Residents are understandably worried about being dispersed or rehoused so far away that returning to their community becomes unrealistic, or they're at least concerned by that. A very strong feeling is that these communities are not broken up and that people can return to these areas that they know. Any residents residents are keen to have assurances that may be legally binding in writing, not reliant on informal, verbal or social media updates. They want to be able to rely on what the council says and hold the council to this if needed. And transport is a real practical concern for many of these residents who rely on good links to reach work and being placed further from, say, a bus connection or distance from a train station that they're familiar with, risk pushing them into extra travel time and could mean they have to unaffordable taxis or other ways to be able to get to work, particularly unusual hours or commuting. And so, for instance, if they move further east, that might have a big impact for their commuting from, say, Brighton station or the centre if they're working there. And we make decisions today. Residents perhaps are asking for us some certainty or assurance of fairness and that their community and their livelihoods will be front and centre in the decision process throughout. Thank you.
I'll try to answer most of these. So, first of all, yes, residents will have a right to return. They may very well settle, because this is all going to take a very long time to rebuild and redevelop, but they do retain, and I think that's absolutely right. If they want to go back to their own communities, they can do, and so they should. So absolutely that is guaranteed. We are standing up and we're just about to start recruiting now, a dedicated team just for these blocks, because our housing officers and our community engagement team have been working really, really hard helping these residents, as well as their other things that they have to do. So we're going to have a dedicated team so people can have face-to-face support. And I think this is really important. You can't always rely on the internet, etc. That face-to-face, sit-down, one-to-one support is absolutely essential for these moves, and that's going to be available to them. So that I hope you can take on board. So, and we do have statutory disturbance amount of money that people can apply if it's going to, it sort of compensate you for all the disturbance. And there is also some money that you can also apply on top of that for extra moving expenses, etc. So there is a financial package available to every resident, and quite rightly so. So I hope that answers most of your queries. Thanks.
Thanks, Councillor Robbins.
Yeah, I'll be able to acknowledging what Councillor Williams has said about the people that are there. And I'd like to say something about the older people there, because it may be for some of them they will never return. Somebody of my age, if I had to move out on my own for 10 years, I'd be 80 if I ever returned. And I think William Blake, who says at seed time we learn, harvest we teach, and winter we enjoy, which is an analogy of life, suggesting that as you get older you take things easier. And it must be a terrible strain for people who've been there all that while to think, well, this might be the last time I see the home. But I think it's great that you acknowledge that and the words you said. Thanks very much.
Thanks, Councillor Robbins. Any other comments or questions from colleagues on what Councillor Williams has presented? Councillor Robinson.
Thank you. I'd just like to say thank you for all the care and compassion you're giving to these residents. It's really noted, isn't it? Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Robinson, and I completely echo that. As Councillor Williams said, this is a really important and momentous decision, and I think she's absolutely right to pay tribute to the residents in these blocks who have had to endure a really concerning and worrying time, a lot of new information, and have been grappling with, planning for the future. I know from the community engagement events that I've attended, there are clearly really mixed feelings, but that sense of sort of anxiety and uncertainty that, of course, this situation brings is absolutely heard by us. And we will continue as a council seeking to understand people's concerns and to work with people to plan for the future. I think the package that has been developed here is a really positive one. I know that a huge amount of care and thought has gone into this. And I've also noticed on the community engagement days that I've attended, there has been real recognition by residents for the approach that the council has taken and the sort of person-centred approach, seeking everybody to be able to have that direct conversation with the community engagement officer, and to, for us to be responsive. I think that has been heard and felt, and it's just really important that we keep that up. Given the significance, I'm just going to read through these recommendations so that everyone's clear. Councillor Williams.
I'm so sorry. I just wanted to give our thanks to Darren, because he orchestrated this whole paper and he's worked so hard with the residents and put these packages together. So I really want to say thank you very much to Darren. We can't forget him.
Thank you, Councillor Williams. So, Cabinet is asked to note that each site has been subject to a distinct options appraisal and consultation process, and that the recommendations set out in paragraphs 2.2 to 2.4 of this report constitute separate decisions for each site, but they are presented collectively for ease of reference. Cabinet is asked to note the outcomes of the consultation, which are in Appendix 2, relating to the preferred option, and to approve the taking forward of the recommended option to demolish and replace St James's House in Kemp Town, Nettleton Court and Dudney Lodge in Hollingdean, and Heron, Kestrel, Swallow, Falcon and Kingfisher Courts, collectively known as the Whitehawk bird blocks, with new homes in keeping with the housing needs of the city and regeneration of the sites. Cabinet agrees to authorise the service of initial demolition notices for St James's House, Nettleton Court and Dudney Lodge, and Heron, Kestrel, Swallow, Falcon and Kingfisher Courts in accordance with Schedule 5A of the Housing Act 1985. Cabinet agrees to delegate authority to the Corporate Director for Homes and Adult Social Care to determine the timing and service of the initial demolition notices for each site. Cabinet is asked to note the outcome of the consultation, which has been detailed in this report, relating to the preferred option, and agrees to approve the rehousing policy at Appendix 3 and local lettings plan at Appendix 4 for the 8 LPS blocks. Cabinet agrees to delegate authority to the Corporate Director of Homes and Adult Social Care to actively engage with all impacted leaseholders to facilitate the acquisition of the leaseholders' legal interests within the 8 LPS blocks. Cabinet agrees to delegate authority to the Corporate Director of Homes and Adult Social Care to take all necessary steps to develop an offer for the provision of lease property swaps for those resident leaseholders within the 8 LPS blocks who are experiencing financial hardship and are unable to purchase an alternative property on the open market. Cabinet agrees the launch of a pilot home ownership pack scheme for eligible tenants residing in the 8 LPS blocks as detailed in Section 8, and Cabinet agrees to approve a budget of £0.4 million to operate the pilot home ownership pack scheme in the financial year 26 to 27. Before I ask for approval, I also just want to ensure that Cabinet is aware there is a Part 2 section to this report, and to check that nobody wants to go into Part 2 session before we approve. No. In which case, can I ask whether Cabinet approves these recommendations as I've just laid out? Agreed. Agreed. Thank you, colleagues. We've dealt already with the last item that we had here, which was Middle Street statutory notices, in which case I will just ask, does Cabinet agree that the items listed in Part 2 should remain exempt for disclosure to the press and public? Agreed. Thank you, colleagues. I call this meeting to a close.